Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to some more of our sci-fi miniatures. Again, a lot of these are Infinity. I know that these two are. I mean, that one, absolutely no doubter. This one, same deal. I think some of the ones we were working on, like this one also, last night, definitely an Infinity miniature, but some are not. I'm almost 2000% sure that's a Counterblast miniature right there. This one, not really sure where that's from. Could be a Reaper miniature, maybe. Yeah, that could well be a Reaper miniature. Not sure, but either way, they're all of the sci-fi. I think we did 4 of them on Thursday, 4 last night. We got, well, as we call it, the final 4 here. These, this is what we're doing here. And a huge surprise, we're going to be using the indigo for the pre-glaze for the most part, right, Ryan? So, Ryan, I'm telling you, those little lights, they're better than I thought they were. I mean, you saw that one piece of terrain. I can only imagine with the Fallout terrain pieces that you're doing. Sorry, chucking something like those lights in there. Man, I think that could be very, 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 very fun. And again, I'm just started playing around with those. Right, so I'm just trying to scare up the image here. That's not maybe the one. Ah, there we go. What is this stuck on? Oh, never mind. 1 second. It's stuck on my chair here, or under my chair. So we're going to try and do something different here, because it's the power cord is entirely wrapped around. There we go. Because I like to be able to show this here to some folks. That's more like it. There we go. So that little light inside there, holy smokes, does that really make quite the difference. Alright. Indigo, pre-glaze, little Mars black here and there too. Also, not a whole bunch, right? Not a ton of thinner in this. So actually, this one right, well, I'm just cleaning out the brush. I might have to, yeah, we're just going to let that one set aside and dry for a spell. I'm going to use this one, because I have plenty of these sitting around. Some of that, and some of that, and away we go. And that this might be all, like this right here, what I've got on the brush might be everything that I use, right, Night Runner? How you doing there, Night Runner? Thank you so much, Night Runner, appreciate that. A little gift sub right there too to TBL. Oh, look at that, TBL Hobbies. So Velfero, I didn't forget to send you the pictures then. Well, basically this one, well, among others. So yeah, that really worked out very well, and that video is up on the Patreon page. Seriously, that video is up on the Patreon page right now, so you can actually check that one out. Again, did the spray cans do everything that I want? The thing is, I think it's been so long since I last used the airbrush. What, 2 years? No. Yeah, 3 years ago. Holy smokes, yeah, Velfera. I think it's been over 3 years since I last used the airbrush. I just kind of forgot what the limitations were of that. And I realized that I kind of looked back at some of the old airbrush stuff, and I went, yeah, there's really, the only difference between the two things is that one just takes a whole lot more time and hassle. So Night Runner, I hope that you're doing well. And Night Runner, if you've been too busy to kind of keep up with doing lots of painting, that's fine. But if you got some projects you've been working on, you want to share those in the chat. Well, of course, wait till there's more folks here. Same thing, Ryan. Same thing, Velfair. Maybe wait till there's more folks here. So yep, Velfair, we've been doing regular pre-glaze on all of these. It's not exactly a mind-blowing one. It's essentially indigo, smatterings of Van Dyke Brown and Mars Black here and there, but for the most part, it's just indigo. Been doing it on all, well, the first 8, the final 4, doing the same deal. We're doing it a little bit on the drier side here, just so that it's a little bit easier to proceed. And just like Ryan and I have been discovering, it's faster actually not doing the pre-glaze. There's certain things it lets you do. There's certain things that you do lose. Hey there, Landrust. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Oh yeah, Night Runner. Well, Night Runner, you might want to wait just a bit. Give it maybe another 10 minutes, because there'll be more folks in the chat, so there'll be more folks that can check it out. So yeah, wait till there's maybe at least a couple of dozen people watching here, so that you. I mean, you can always post it again if you want, but yeah, don't do it just yet till there's some more folks, more eyeballs. You want more eyeballs, Night Runner. Valfira, we're doing everything. Now, Valfira, if when you listen to that video, you'll hear me discuss. Remember, you and I, we were talking about it last night. The whole the matte PLA and what that offers as far as not having to waste a whole bunch of time priming something, and how it absorbs paint really well. This because I had a couple of pieces of terrain that were printed by somebody else. Who knows what they were using? It was super light. I don't even know if it was matte PLA, but whatever it was, it took an entire can of spray primer. And even then, there was still parts of it that weren't 100% primed.
So say we all.
Hey there, Roger. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing well. That's almost going back to the very, very, very beginning there. So, Roger, nice to see you. Happy Saturday. All that good stuff. So, Landrast, oh, that's right. You weren't able to do your usual get together today. Landrast, I'll have to. Oh gosh, I don't know what it. Darkmoor Tower, something like that. It's a printing goes ever on. It's like a more vertical version of Helm's Deep. I am bound and determined to print that thing out, because it's basically Barad-dûr. I mean, it's not really the Lord of the Rings version of Barad-dûr, but essentially that's what it is. Let me see. Oh, Printomancer is going to do a Kickstarter with all their. Okay, Velfira. That's the one that did the Druid, right? I think Velfira. And these. I don't have too many of these sitting around, but that's Printomancer, right, Velfira? Actually, Landrest, you've seen his City of the Dead, right? That is basically another Helm's Deep. I think this one here, again, since it's more vertical, there's maybe not quite as much. Whereas Helm's Deep, weren't you printing about 5 wedges that were just literally wedges? There was no detail on them, except maybe for about 3 inches of stuff at the very top. This is a little bit different. I think you could say that just about everything has detail on it. There's no just monstrous rock sections with nothing else. There's less filler. I couldn't tell you which release it is, Landress. I'll just try and shoot you the JPEG, but I'm sure you can just, in 2 seconds, look through and find it. All right. So we got our pre-glaze. We started with this one. We're just going to start doing the thing with the things here that we do with the things. So that's good, Velfira. So again, I know this one's an infinity miniature. There's one I know that is not. And then there's another one here that I'm, again, pretty darn sure it's not infinity. But you can see we get some decent staining here. Again, that's indigo. Little hints of the Mars black here and there. Velfira, I don't even remember seeing it. I think, Velfira, since I didn't have any way to print the terrain, I just ignored that. It was kind of like a hear no evil, see no evil, or weevils. So I think I just kind of ignored it, and now I'm going, holy smokes. Right now, we're printing dead marsh terrain. So these are the biggest tree stands that I've ever printed. Let me get Bambi Cam going here as we say thank you to hey thanks Night Runner, appreciate that. Night Runner, it's almost. I mean, we got a few more people if you wanted to post your links there. So this is, I think it's from Printable Scenery. They're something go whatever, I don't know what that's called. Hey there, Monster Dan. Everybody, please say hello to Monster Den Minis. Monster Den, thank you so much for the raid. Hey there, Cleaves. Nice to see you. Laters. Nice to see you there, later. It's been a while. And Black Skull in here, too. Hey, look at this, Monster Den. You're seeing literally the very beginning of the pre-glaze process. Yes, indeed. I wish I had one that was only primed here, because then we could set up a whole little thing here. Now, we also got ourselves a hype train going, courtesy of Bench Guy. How do you go in there, Bench Guy? Now, let's just show something real quick here. So we're in the midst of our pre-glaze. Eventually, this is what happens. We're all doing the oil paints here, using a sponge. So this is kind of classic pre-glaze. This is not the darker primer that you've been seeing me doing lately, Monster Den. Again, everybody please give Monster Den a follow. And hey there, Quantum Reveries, Paint Your Get. And it's Mrs. Arenzabal. How you doing? Well, look at this. You get to see one of these. Welcome to the Linseed Express. There it is, all aboard the Linseed Express. Where it stops, nobody knows. However, notice the hypnotic powers of the train here. Yes, you wish to use oil paints. You wish to use oils. You wish to join the Linseed Fellowship. The Linseed Fellowship is yours. You wish to join. So thank you so much, Monster Den, and thank you so much, Black Skull. Appreciate that. Of course, we have ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much, Kenosha. Let's see. What happened to Arwen? What you're talking about? Yeah, the lady that I saw here is the elf lady. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Let's see. Not Arwen. Wrong universe. Why do I always end up in the wrong universe? Maybe it's because you're hitting the pipeweed way too hard, too. You reek. This is a rough crowd. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Now, pipeweed was mentioned. Usually when it's mentioned, look what happens. Oh, but he's safe. He is just barely safe. So the big Gandalf 6, he rolls a 2, keeps himself safe. So last night on the stream, we painted these 4. Again, at least 2 of them are Infinity, the 2 in the middle. That one I'm pretty sure is Counterblast. Maybe somebody else knows, but I'm pretty sure that's a Patrick Keith Counterblast. That might be a Reaper figure right there. Those were last night. 4 hours, 4.5 hours-ish, something like that. Everybody please check out the link that Night Runner just posted. Hey, hell again, nice to see you. Same thing there, Night Whisper. So Night Whisper, if you want to share some of your oil painted stuff too, please go ahead. And also, hey, Russian Blue, nice to see you. Thanks, Kanushka. Let's see, Kanushka. Sorry, I forgot the K-A at the end. So also, Halligan, you want to post some of your model train stuff, please go ahead. Now, these were the first batch that we did. Again, at least 2 of these, possibly 3, maybe in all 4, are Infinity miniatures painted with oils. That was about a 5-ish hour stream, but we were basically figuring out the color scheme live on stream. Now, Monster Den, is it the 3rd week in July that you have the miniature painters, whatchamacallit there, Miniature Painters Guild? If you want to pub that, that's a fantastic thing to watch, because a whole bunch of painters get together on Monster Den mini stream, and we all have a blast, really talking about fun stuff, technical stuff, you name it. This is what we've been doing lately. This was our Monday stream right here. To give you an idea of scale, there you go. That's a 1/1800 scale printed ship. Lee McCoy is the sculptor on this. This is our first ship for our Regia Marina. Here we go. This was one of the very first ships that we painted. right here. All of the water effects done with the same heavy gloss gel that we use for flame effects, icicles, you name it. You can look at the difference in tech. These are two ships of basically the same era, 1941, also 1941. Both ships met quite a dreary end, that's for sure. Little Fritz bomb on this thing, and one on here. So again, Arizona and Roma. We just started our Regia Marina. Where's our icicles here? Our fabulous icicles that you can see hanging off of Dark Queen Galadriel's base and some of the Galadriel there. Also in the snow effects. Also the same stuff again that we use for our flame effects. So it really is, we call it Elementium. Now let's get back to our pre-glazing right here. Actually, Monster Den, that's perfect. I'm really glad, Monster. I'm sorry that you're going to be out of town, but I actually potentially was going to be at an Adepticon meeting if jury duty doesn't kill me first. So that actually, I'm really glad. Actually, that is perfect. So we'll do one more of our hype trains here. So thanks everybody. Black Skull, Rachel, how you doing? Again, you wish to join the Linseed Fellowship. Join the Linseed. Get aboard the Linseed Express. There. Where's it going? Where's it going? It's going to Satisfaction. That's where it's headed. That's well, Monster Den. I know that Greg really wants me to go to that one very bad. Especially because he saw, yeah, he saw me painting these, and he really wanted me to bring these to Historicon. Well, Paint Really Get, we're doing really well. We tested out something new here. So this is a video that I just posted today. Now you can see. So this was all done with the spray cans, and then we just at 20 minutes on both of these things with just a little bit of the inks there. That's one of our little lights. Here we go. That is one of these lights. Is it this one? That's the blue one. That's very nice. But that would be, oh, it's in the other room. That's right. Oh, look at this one. So we like to use these for doing our object source lighting, right? To predict where it's going to go. So let's say you want to do object source lighting like this. Why not take this little light, do something like this, take a picture. Now you know exactly where that light is supposed to hit, or something like this. So there's all kinds of different colors, many more colors than our original flashlights, which were basically just, well, red, green, blue, and white. These are also less harsh, because look at this one. You can see how much harsher the light is with this thing. And what would you use that for? Well, okay. Something like this, right, where you want to figure out where is that light going to hit. Also the cast shadow, right? We can even predict where the cast shadow is going to be. Here's another one. Where did you go? There you are. So this guy here, that shadow. Well, that was foretold by this light. So you can kind of see, right? You take that. There you go. Again, there's our cast shadow, and it also tells me where is the light. And the light said it does not reach here. Again, that's these little tiny lights. I just get them on Amazon. Hey there, Puffer Blunt. Nice to see you. And again, thank you so much, Monster Den, for the raid. If there's something you want to share in the chat, please go right ahead. So yeah, unfortunately, no Historicon for me this year. That's not going to happen. Hopefully, at some point, we do get a chance to work our way out there. And of course, Paint Your Legit, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Get some more of that. So we're removing a little bit of this paint. It's still wet. It is still wet. The whole idea is that when we come into this with our lighter dry brushing, I'm going to let this one set for a bit here because we want to see the difference there. Now, where is one of my filbert brushes here? We're going to take something that is a wee bit lighter and start doing a wee little bit of dry brushing over the top of this in a few places. Very, very targeted here. Yeah, let's maybe get some of that too. Some of that down on the base. And what I'll do is I'll have one that's got the pre-glaze, then some of this dry brushy stuff, and then one of the finished ones. And you can get at least some kind of an idea of the progression that we're going to be doing here. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Painterly Git just shared. Also, please give Painterly Git a follow. Also, Night Whisper. So, Night Whisper, if you didn't get a chance to post anything, please go ahead, Ryan. I don't know if you had a chance to share your links yet. You know what? Let me go this way here. You know, oh, this one's almost the same tab outfit. So there you go. So you got your pre-glaze. You can see we're starting to do a little dry brushy stuff, and then we add some of our other colors, some of our other finishing details, and that's how that's going to work. No problem there. Paint Really Good. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link. This is not rocket science. It's not even science. It's just very basic. You can see how that pre-glaze is mixing in with the brush there? What does that say? That tells you that this is still very much wet, this indigo here. Now, when we do the darker primer stuff, we kind of go in the opposite direction. We start with something darker, then we do the lighter dry brush, then we put the glazes on top of that. We don't have to wipe stuff away. Now, that was really handy for things like, oh, this, because doing the pre-glaze where we're wiping away with the sponges, well, there's a pretty good chance we're going to maybe break something off of this, right? That's a 3D print there. Now, let's look at something like this here. No way we could have done the pre-glaze on this bad boy. There's just no way. So, darker primer, we did the dry brush stuff over this and then started doing the selective glazes. So, we've been adapting this, finding different methods, even like methods within methods, because every miniature is different. This calls for something entirely different than something like this, or even something like this. And this is another one with the darker primer here, because, well, how are we supposed to get at most of those areas? There's 4 bunnies, a fox, and a bunch of roses on here. This also had the darker primer, and then we just kind of did our dry brushy stuff over the top of it. So same situation there. We never really know, what's going to maybe work a little bit better for one miniature versus another. Got to be flexible. No sense in I don't know, making it a hassle trying to shoehorn a miniature into a technique when you could just say, well, if we just kind of change the technique a little bit to match the figure, maybe life would be easier. And that's what that terrain stuff. I've got hundreds of terrain pieces to paint. There is no way, even if I had 3 people here with airbrushes, not going to work. That's why I started to mess around with the spray cans, which already in their very first test really, really worked out well. Because again, that is what we were just showing here, just as the raid was coming up. So here I can maybe make that even a little bit larger right there. So again, that was just hit very, very quickly with the airbrush. That's just one of those little lights inside. So again, we did most of it with the spray cans. Little bit with the paint. Boom, you get that. You put the light in there. Now, can I go back and work some more on that? Maybe add a whole bunch more detail? Well, sure, why not? Do I have to do that right now? No, because I only need it as a background element in photography. Is that a Discord link there? Yeah. Everybody please check out the Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. So Night Whisper has joined the Linseed Brotherhood or Fellowship. Either way, we go by both. So yeah, that is the Linseed Fellowship. If you wish to join, it's really not that big of a deal. You don't need a whole ton of paints. We kind of suggest that you maybe get the artist oils instead of well, what you don't want to do is get the, oh, look, I got $5 worth of oil paint and there's 40 oils here. Yeah, that was pretty much like a little tiny bonfire made out of a $5 bill. You don't want to do that. You want to actually get a little bit of value out of that. You don't need to go bonkers. You could get yourself maybe, well, you could get yourself one of the starter sets. Even Williamsburg, their starter set. The nice thing about that is it's all the exact same oil paints. It's artist oils. It's a starter set. All it is that the tubes are smaller. That's it. That's yeah, Halligan. I've got those Liquitex spray cans. Let me see if I can scare those up here. Oh, by the way, remember I was talking about this on stream last night? The permanent Kathy gallery. It's always lit. So there's the Kathy gallery right there. I was showing that last night. So again, using the Liquitex spray cans. These things, they do not have anywhere near the nasty scent or whatever that say your typical aerosol cans do. Again, we're going to leave this one. You know what? I might actually still take some of that off of there. Yeah, let this very simple pre-glaze. It was indigo and some Mars black. So indigo, Mars black, Van Dyke brown, phthalo green, Prussian blue, Terra Rosa. Very very basic colors. Nothing exotic. Well, at least you don't have to start out that way. If you want to get more into the weeds, you can, but you don't have to start out that way. So again, you can see we're just taking some of that away. It's we call that an active zenithal. So yeah, hell again, because I was outside with a respirator using the primer, and I went, holy smokes, man! Because I was inside the garage. Obviously, I had windows open, right, using the new work area as I was intending. And I went, holy smokes, man, what is this? I could just smell that like crazy through the. Again, that was a heavy duty respirator, brand new. Could still smell that stuff through it. The Liquitex, didn't notice. Yeah. So and of course it accepted the paint really well when I was just doing the paint over. Oh, here we go. So again, you got your pre-glaze there. See, we're starting to get a little bit lighter with our dry brush stuff. Bench guy, boy, I wish you could see the latest video. No, it's, well, 2 videos ago. I was mixing Badger primers with inks. We had a yellow primer, a red primer, a bright green primer. We had every primer color under the rainbow. So yeah, bench guy, you certainly can, and that's what I was working on in one of my latest videos just a couple of days ago on the Patreon page. So that is definitely a workable thing. Yeah, just say like Paint It says you can prime with any color. We call it primer painting. So with this one here, we try to mix up a blue primer and a yellow one, so that we were actually painting with the primer. Now, obviously, with my new method, it'd be way easier to make these specific primer colors. I kind of had to. It was very difficult to get anything close to that. Now it'll be a whole lot easier. So thanks again, Bench Guy, for the hype trains throwing that over the top. Thanks to everybody that did the bitses and stuff. Also, there were some subs in there too, so that is appreciated. Did I? Okay, yeah, we still have that one sitting over there. Yeah, that should also get some of our armor stuff. Now, we also have to do some asphaltum glazing on these. Ah, yeah, this base. We're going to be doing, speaking of asphaltum glazes, just a little minimal kind of rust weathering on the bases. Like you see on there. Nothing special. Uh, I think, well, oh yeah. Well, here's some examples. So this was a primer color that I developed for these guys because there was no way I was going to get down in there. You can see I also just did some brown primer on the base stuff, and that's what I've done for all of my Galadriums so far. So you could basically, you could make a primer color, you could put it in some kind of a plastic paint jar or something like that. We have a bunch of those. I mean here, well, it could go in a container like this, right? I just get those Amazon, or now when we mix our oil paints, we use these nail polish containers right here. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. I hope that you're doing well. Where's our... I'll use this. Asphaltum. Oh, let me just get a little drop or two of thinner into that. Okay, maybe also a teensy touch of the Van Dyke Brown, just because. And that is going to go in a few places here. Not the helmet. It will go over here. So that is, and you can see we're just kind of letting that flow where it wants to go. I think all the rest of that, yeah, we're just going to have to let that be more of a metal type color. We're just going to get something going here with here as we say. Oh, thanks, Bench Guy. Now look at that Dark Horse getting a gift sub courtesy of Bench Guy. So Bench Guy, and I hope that you're doing well. So Bench Guy, I know that you were doing you were assembling one of the Lord of the Rings starter boxes. I don't remember if it was the Osgiliath one that you guys, and you were gonna do that with the kids. So yeah, Bench Guy. Now here with our Gander stuff, since I was gonna be doing several different color schemes, I just went with a more generic thing right here, not something quite so targeted, but that is something that I'm going to be doing. You're going to see a lot more, especially on the channel here. You're going to see much more targeted primer colors. So thanks again, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. And again, with whatever the changes were that Twitch made, the subs actually they matter even that much more. So subs are super appreciated. Thank you very much for doing that. Look, see how that went over the side? Having just done, so I was doing the glazy stuff on that terrain, but I had to use the acrylics for that. This just kind of goes, whoosh, it just kind of goes all over, which is nice, right? Because you don't have to struggle quite so much. You know what? We'll go leather on that. Now, if I actually kind of brush this a little bit, what's going to happen is that's actually going to mix together and it's going to blend. See, there's a little bit of that lightness there. That's not the underpainting showing through. That is this mixing with that lighter color that we just glazed on. So you're still working it. Well, was it the Asgilia set there, Bench Guy? I can't. It's been a little while. I can't quite remember. So we're just hitting this with the same. Gonna be the same as this right here. So see you later, Paint Your League. I know it's getting to be on the late side. It's 11:33 for you. Thank you so much, Black Skull. Actually, Black Skull, if you want to share anything, please go ahead do that too. Now, well, bench guy, I guess on the plus side, if there are a bunch of them, there's plenty to go around, right? There's plenty to go around, and maybe they won't. There'll be a little less of a contention there if there's plenty to go around. Anything? Okay, fine. We'll say that that's got a little bit on there too. So it already, again, starting to look very different from just our pre-glaze there. Now I did want to, maybe we'll go with something more like the red here. So I'm gonna, ooh, you know what? Let's bring out the big guns here. We're bringing out the pearling crimson. You don't need very much. Now this is one of those that you are not going to be getting when you start your journey on the Linseed Express. Yeah, you're looking to be riding in box cars or something like that. You're not looking to be in the first class sleeping cabin right off the bat. That would be the pearline crimson there. Yeah, you don't have to go that you don't have to go that route right away. That is a more expensive approach right there. Because believe it or not, when you're first starting with the oils, it just you wouldn't even be able to get the benefits of something that has a price tag like that. So yeah, just save yourself a little bit of coin there, and just kind of let yourself evolve and work your way into the oils. A little bit more of the Van Dyke brown up there. I'm gonna go with some of our rust here. So Terra Rosa, the asphaltum again. I'm just gonna throw my thinner into that. Boom, like so. We're just gonna get this down on the bases quick as we can here. Get some of the asphaltum, very dark rust color. You could just take Van Dyke Brown and Terra Rosa, do something like that. And you can see we just let that flow where it's going to go. Remember, the capillary action on the oils is orders of magnitude higher than, well, anything you're going to see with the acrylics. And I do mean like orders of magnitude more. The the oil paints can basically defy gravity. I've actually set things up where I'll say, watch this go. Basically, I'm holding it like this, and it goes straight up. And they say, nope, it can't do that. That's not how gravity works. I say, gravity does not pertain to oils. Oils is a magical medium where the laws of physics in the universe barely apply. Yes, you need not concern yourself with petty limitations like gravity. How you doing there, Underdeep? Great to see you again. Yes, when you are in the Linseed Fellowship, that comes with an exalted status, where again, where gravity does not hinder you. Nope, not up there. Not up there. There is I'm just gonna throw that pearline crimson into some of this, and I'm just gonna do this. So this one's a 3D print, no idea where it's from. Again, I can guess which ones are Infinity miniatures, and I have guessed that one of these figures is at least is also a counterblast fig. The rest, anybody's, yeah, like this thing here. It could be like a Hero Forge thing or something. Who knows? I didn't print it either, so that's why I do not know. Oh, there might be some new vehicles coming this way too. So yes, I was approached to maybe do some vehicles on stream. It's going to be a new Kickstarter. Needless to say, we'll be doing some of those. You know what? I'm going to go with let's go blurple here. Let's go a little bit of our purple. A little bit of our indigo on that hair. So you can see we're what, 40 minutes in, and a level 1 hype train, and of course these have all gone from just primer to something a little bit more. So, oh, but bench guy, that's just fine. Yeah, you really don't want it to kind of all just blast through at once. Actually, the longer it takes, just to kind of enjoy that, savor that. Now, let's put it this way, bench guy. I've been enjoying MESBG since 2003. Yeah, so for 21 years. And as you can see, I'm still working on plenty of MESBG stuff, aren't I? Oh, by the way, our latest. This was our. This is our Cardaland army. So next week we're going to be getting back to this. I'm going to be getting back to this. Now, of course, and then if I don't think it'll be right away in July, but Kurzlook, remember, he's doing the stuff that I'm going to be using for Rudar. So we will be printing out that stuff, and we'll be actually I was just messing around with some AI references for the Rudar color scheme. Boy, there's not a lot of skin tone on that one either, is there? So this was the original Arnor reference. That was for Arthidane. I just went into AI and I said, give me Arnor miniatures with deep red and gold armor, and it actually added the black. And believe it or not, that was the key. That was the critical thing, because all three of the armies, because they all had to have color schemes that were tied together, all three of them involve now some form of black. Rudar is mostly black with weathering, so I actually typed in, give me, you know, Arnor miniatures with black armor, white accents with rust, and it actually gave me something that looked pretty nifty. Now we'll go this way with it. I wasn't initially going to, but I am here. Dark Horse, what is hilarious, I am the youngest of 7, and of the 7, I am the only one who does not play multiple instruments. When I say multiple instruments, I mean 3, 4, 12. My brother, he wrote symphonies in 4 different languages. Again, most everybody else could play multiple instruments. I could never read music. I could copy it to see it because I could see what it was visually. I could interpret what it kind of was saying, but I could not translate that to playing the instrument. However, I'm the only one that did 2D art or art at all. Again, because when I was a kid, I was doing, well, stuff like this. I was not playing instruments, which I just find hilarious. We were talking about that actually just recently because my brother came in town with his family. First time I'd seen him in 9 years. And we were talking about that. Oh, I can do the asphaltum over there. Okay, that's good. That is good to know. So yeah, bench guy, same thing. Now, again, the youngest of 7. And there was a time where I thought maybe I'm adopted or something like that, because why can I not play these instruments like everybody else can? I mean, it wasn't like I didn't try. I didn't work out. I do actually like playing things like bow runs and drums, but unfortunately, the instrument thing not working out. But then nobody else in the family does this. The one thing that does run common between all of us is, well, teaching. So that is basically, if you're looking for totally consistent family genetics, well, that's where it is. I don't know if that's nature or nurture or whatever, but we are all teachers. It's what we do. Now, when that has a chance to set, we are going to hit that with those asphaltum glazes. 2. All right, we've worked our way into this. Let's start to get some some Prussian blue in here. Thanks, Dark Horse. In some ways, it's kind of based on mathematical equations, right? Music, this proportions. There are certain proportions that just kind of apply, and they are very much mathematical based. And I believe that's kind of a similar thing with your music there too. You will run into stuff like that. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. All we're trying to do here, we're just trying to impart a little bit of our Prussian blue here. So getting kind of the sky color working in some of this. We're also going to have to make sure that we've got our reflected light working in here too. I do believe that Armored Wolf is at another one of the Ren Fair events. So if we see a lack of Armored Wolf, that would kind of be the reason why. I don't know what it is, but it's another one of those. I think it's a weekend fair. I don't think it's a multi-week fair. Blending brush. There's my one of my teensy ones there. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. That is why we're able to get this stuff done so fast. That's why it also does not take long to dry. If your miniatures are taking several weeks to dry, most likely culprit, too much paint by orders of magnitude. Other thing that kind of happens is certain colors, one of which is white, that's going to take longer to dry. And if you use a whole bunch of that white, it's going to take longer to dry. So generally, the more experience you get with the oil paints, the more your drying time cuts down. I think you would say the same thing there, Ryan, wouldn't you? That the more experience you get with it, shorter those drying times get. Sure, let's just chuck some of this on here. So the color scheme was, well, you can see some of the reference pictures down here. Anything that was sort of a cloth type of thing was supposed to be sort of a russet brown. Everything else was either light blue, kind of that French sky blue World War I uniform, hence the reference on the right-hand side. And the rest was just metal. Well, a lot of this stuff is metal. So we've kind of been doing it's basically been either metal or leather. So there hasn't been a whole lot of chances for sky blue. I mean, we're kind of imparting that here into some of our metals there. I think we did that on, we did it on all of them. Now, how's about we start getting in a little bit of our lighter stuff here. Why don't we just get into our not radiant indigo? That's just the ice blue. It's one of the brands we're starting to add to the big three. So this is the richest in here. Price wise, it's basically in line, maybe even cheaper than the Gamblin and it's about the same as Gamblin Windsor Newton. About the same. The one thing with these is that there's going to be much more linseed oil in there. That carries with it a few things. It means, longer drying times. Also, just more of that kind of stuff to deal with. Your paints, they want them to be a little bit smoother. But it does mean, for newer folks, they might be harder to handle. We have been playing around a lot with the alkyd colors. And I prefer that to the alkyd mediums for a variety of reasons. I think regular folks, it might be a little bit different story. But for me, I can't really use the alkyd mediums because what happens is on film, whatever, you got all the lights, super glossy, can't film it. So to me, there's just kind of no point in using them. Whereas the alkyd paints, well, those work pretty well. Yeah, right. It can be a little bit, again, for folks that are new to it, and definitely give yourself time and space to learn. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. Well, Bench Guy, we're not even an hour in. We might still be going after that movie's over, depending. Well, if it's the extended version of Lord of the Rings, maybe not. But if it's a standard movie, we should still be going. So, Bench Guy, thanks again. Appreciate that. It all makes a huge difference. If you're wondering why, I can do stuff like experiment with these different lights, the Liquitex stuff. If I see something that's on clearance, or I say, hey, you know what? Let's just give this a try. At least I can say, okay, well, if it doesn't work, we maybe spent a little bit of money on it, but it's not super tragic. And that's kind of one of the things that we like to do with the kind donations that people do. As we say, let me see. Okay, let's take that. Like the 1/1800 scale ships, I got those because there was like a level 11 hype train or something. I said, okay, let's take those. Let's take some of those funds there. Let's try and get ourselves some STO files that are very different, because lots of folks have been asking, can you use oils on really small stuff? The answer is yes. We use it on everything: terrain, busts, large scale, small scale, doesn't matter. They're all just miniatures. So you can see how different that looks now with that lighter color in there. Well, happy birthday there, Night Whisper. And again, everybody, please check out that post that Night Whisper made, and please give Night Whisper a follow too. So Night Whisper, the fast matte white really makes a difference. One thing I do suggest is, and I forget it myself all the time, is when you put it out on the palette, just chuck a little drop of thinner on there, because the alkyds in that'll dry out really quick. So yeah, you actually want to put a little bit of the thinner on there. It doesn't necessarily dry slower, but one thing you can do is you don't have to kind of get the thinner back in there to reactivate it, because it will set very quickly. Dark Horse, well, I'm glad that we made some of those some of the new emoticons. I still have to make the hype train emoticon, well, the Linseed Express emoticon. Gotta do that. So yeah, Night Whisper. That's something that I try to actually do with all of the alkyds. Now here again, look at this. So instead of a whole bunch of layering, look, we just chuck some paint on there. We're gonna take this tiny little brush. Look what we just did there. See how we just blended that? We're gonna do the same on the other side here. Where's that little brush? Here it is. So it's a brush that had no paint on it. Little tap, tap, tap. We spread that around. Look at this. How many layers was that besides one? And in classic Lord of the Rings fashion, it still only counts as one. Yes, indeed. One layer, no fuss. How's about a little reflected light back there? That's the one thing, Dark Horse, said, boy, it's going to take me a long time to make, but I'm going to try and make some animated emotes. I've got something like 30 slots free for animated emotes. I'm just trying to picture what the heck I could do, and well, exactly how I should make those. I would obviously like them to be some of our characters here, moving around doing stuff. We'll also get back into this with our indigo. Right? When in doubt, make things darker. Let me snag a little bit more light on some of this. Also that. Also this blending brush, where'd you go? Look at that. We're just going to take that, pull that down. And this is starting to get a little bit of shine without a whole lot of effort, right? Why do we want things to be more difficult? That's the weird thing that I see about a lot of, I guess, tutorials, whatever you want to call them. It's like, let's take this three-step process and turn it into 15 easy steps that take 10 times as long. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with that. That seems unnecessary. So yeah, Dark Horse. Yeah, I was thinking some way to animate Alex the Cave Troll there. Ooh, ooh, we could do a Dark Queen Schmaladriel. That's it. Yes, we could go to, we could, yeah, that could be something interesting. Either that, or we just go from Gandalf the Great to Gandalf the White. Oh, by the way, I did print out more Shandoffs. Yes, Shadowfax and Gandalf. And then, actually, because we don't have enough Gandalfs, we only have like 9 of them. So clearly we need more. I printed out a few. Those went off of the printer earlier today. I know right now I'm printing out some more basing bits. I need a whole bunch of skelly bits. It's printing out those. So let's see. You can also superimpose other stuff on top of the image. Oh, gee. Oh, hey, Dark Horse. Smoke rings. Smoke rings, Dark Horse. That's what the. That's what we need. Somebody's got to send me an Instagram message or something like that that says, because Bitron usually does that, or Armored Wolf. They're both not here. So somebody's got to send me a message that says, "Hey, do animated gifs with pipeweed smoke rings." I wonder if we could. Oh, the dragon, right? The fireworks dragon. So thanks for the idea there, Dark Horse. That kind of opens the floodgates a little bit right there. So that is appreciated. Now again, here we just pop that lighter stuff on there. We take our blending brush. We just push that around. No layers.
So say we all.
And it's something that shocks nobody. Pufferblunt says, "Yeah, I can get behind some of that right there." How you doing there, Green Fairy Studios? So Green Fairy, I think it was earlier today I saw your post with the latest terrain pieces. Thanks, Dark Horse. Appreciate that. So Green Fairy, if you want to share your new terrain, please go ahead. Those are looking really fabulous. Now somewhere around here we got ourselves some hobbitses. Well, actually, we will be. There's a whole nother group of hobbits we got to paint, also ruffians, because we want to do scouring of the Shire, right? So we have those. So yeah, Pufferblunt, not super surprised that you can endorse the long leaf, or the was it the long bottom leaf? That's it. Yes, the long bottom leaf. Blending brush. Got our lighter stuff down here. Pushed it up there. So Green Fairy Studios, I think he did what, three? I think it was three more terrain pieces. One of them was pretty darn tall, and I'm sure you were making some use of the Proxon. Actually, Valfair, I'm not sure if you had a chance to share your dragon. If you wanted to do that as well. Now let's get to this one here. Oh geez, well that sounds like a lot of fun there, Green Fairy. Blending brush again. So we just chuck that on there. You just get some of the paint off of there, soften it up a little bit. some reflected light. We gotta start getting some light in there. And then when we come back into this with the darker indigo and the browns, and we start creating some horizon line effects, but you can see already that it does not have to be difficult, right? It can be simple. Metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. It's in the Book of Wapol. You don't have to guess. You can just say, all right, well, what's this pointing at? The sky, the ground? Is there a red cloak right next to it or something? It'll just reflect that. Let me see. I wonder, is there a Gandalf-faced dark horse where he gets surprised or scared or something? Oh, hey, dark horse, maybe that "you shall not pass" moment. I wonder if there's some gifts we could do out of that. So dark horse, that really is. I was trying to think of how can I do that with miniatures, but I think I could be able to do that with some photos. So thanks, Dark Horse. That is a huge help. That's going to save a bunch of time, I think. Where's that blending brush? You know what? Should probably hit that too. So you can see how this is already starting to look more like metal. We haven't even gotten our darkest darks in there yet. You know what? I'm going to hit that too. And this. And this. We'll get some scorching and other stuff going on here. Might even try to do some of the that stuff with the burnt chrome on the end, right? Like you see on the motorcycles on their exhaust pipes. I think Dark Horse, we also need to have a tree beard, like maybe a couple of different photos of him for a "Don't be hasty little hobbits." Don't be hasty little hobbitses. Let me get a little bit more of my light on the side of this thing here. Actually, Green Fairy, you know what? We've been talking about the whole AI thing. I haven't actually really experimented with the AI for non-metallic metal reference stuff. I've just been kind of going to the armor cosplay guys, but who knows? Maybe it's worked so well for so many other things. I've made so many fantastic logos for my baseball jerseys. So yes, well, when you see me at Adepticon next year, among all the other baseball jerseys I will have is literally a special jersey that matches this army with a special logo, special everything. So yes, our Dark Queen Schmaladriel army literally will have a uniform for it, because why not? Oh, by the way, this is not our lightest light. So Nurgle Matthew, I know you've been here since the pretty much the beginning. Happy Saturday to you, and same thing there, Grand Oracle. Hopefully emergency averted. Hopefully everything is all fantastic. And Grant, oh yeah, look at how much lighter that is. Look at that. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw the latest video. I just popped that up on the Patreon page right before the stream. I might have actually been able to start the stream 10, 15 minutes earlier if I wasn't waiting for that. But that kind of shows you, gives you a little hint at what I want to do with the spray cans, but also you could see what I was doing with those little lights. Man, those things are tremendous. They're absolutely incredible. Well, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. Oh yeah, yeah, and of course, again, Green Fairy, if you wanted to share your Carnival stuff, please go ahead. I'm just trying to fire in a little bit of this lighter stuff here. Now we'll do the indigo stuff next on that. And by the way, we're 1 hour 5 minutes in. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that maybe the linseed. We put the express in linseed express. Actually, what was it? Oh, Soul Train. That's. I wonder if I can get some of the pictures of that and modify those to make a linseed express version of the Soul Train animation, which I think a whole bunch of people have no idea what in the world I'm talking about. Ah, yeah, a little bit, scare up a little bit more of the light there. More light there. Some there. Ooh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. This is not, of course, our super fine liner brush. This is one of those kind of beat up ones here. We have sort of a collection of these. Those are the ones that we use for things like our doing some super fine pin line washes. I'm telling you, Green Fairy, it's shocking, right? I never really thought that I would just be using the oils exclusively for stuff. Although I do have to say, we did resurrect something from Green Stuff World. Remember the dipping inks? Where I tried, they came out about the same time as whatever the Army Painter stuff was. And, well, neither of them worked for painting miniatures. However, I did say, these dipping inks, they might work for terrain. Well, finally got a chance to try them for that. And I have to say, I think they did a pretty darn good job of that. Let's put it this way. I'm going to be asking Green Stuff World for a few more of certain colors. So yes, I do think those there's some utility in those now, especially with the hundreds of terrain pieces that need to be done. So yeah, Quantum, just all of a sudden that popped into my head. That crazy animation, it almost was like a GIF. That's kind of what gave me the thought of doing that. Again, I don't know who makes this. It's definitely not an Infinity miniature. Hey there, Bithron. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Bithron just shared. Now, Bithron, the artillery pieces, I know we were talking about them last night. Those look really good. So yeah, Night Runner, those are, I don't know if they're quite the size of the medium Steiner Res containers, but they got to be close. I don't know, it's something like 6 ounces or something. So yes, believe it or not, I was using those dipping inks, and they worked out pretty darn well. I have to say that that Liquitex spray paint, it worked out very, very nicely. Again, as I said earlier, you're going to want to be printing that stuff out with the black PLA. That's kind of part of the whole time savings thing, so you're going to want to do that. Now, okay, we did all of our stuff here. We're going to get to, no, wait a minute. I don't know if no, we didn't do the lightest light stuff here. So yeah, those are looking really good there, Bitron. I just kept thinking of all the texture paste that I used on all of my artillery pieces, and now all I would need to do is just take my wood glue, mix that with the tile grout, and I could just make my own. Save a whole boku bunch of bucks. I didn't really see there's some of our armor there. Again, just trying to hit some of this lightest out. Then we're going to come back with the indigo. Now, of course, there is nothing that says, and I will be going back into these and not doing more detail stuff and whatever. There's nothing that says you can't do that. You don't have to say, well, oh, well, okay, we did the wet and the wet stuff, can't do anything more. No, that's not how we do the army painting series, is it? Stuff's going to dry in between the 5 episodes of each army painting series. Quantum Reveries, there's just there's something hilarious about going into that and modifying that to make it the Linseed Express. I might not even need to do that. I might just be able to do that with AI. Especially since, I mean, we're talking about an emote, right? The resolution is so horrible. You can't read anything anyway. If you use the Linseed Fellowship emotes that I already have out there, you can't read anything. It just looks like a flaming ring. It does actually say, oh, I'm going to be making stickers out of those. That's right. And I wanna do the holograph stickers out of those guys. Now, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start fooling around with some of the skin tones on these because I want to let these metal areas have a chance to set for a spell here. It's not going to dry. It's kind of like a bread in the proving drawer. You wouldn't take what's that, clay, right? You don't just make a pot, shove that sucker in the kiln. Well, you can. It'll blow up into a bazillion pieces. We also don't want that to happen with our oil paints. So what we do, especially since we got 4 miniatures going right at the same time, we say, you know what, how's about we move on to a different thing. So Dark Horse, it's still the same 3 sizes though, right? Like 115, then 56, or no, it's 112, 56, and 20 whatever. Something like that. There's the 3 different sizes of images. I'm guessing that's still all the same. Where's my there's the Mars Yellow Deep. I'm looking around going, where's that hiding? I need a little bit more of that Terra Rosa in there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Yeah, I hope that you do, Bithron, because I know, again, your work schedule will be in kind of a nightmare, right? Oh, well, look at this. See, Easy does painting. That's kind of like what we're doing here with the oil, right? Easy does the painting. Because the oils makes it all nice and easy. Thank you so much, Easy. Appreciate that. You shall not... Ooh, okay. So, what does that thing do? It's like, oh, it just shoots out lots of bullets. It's like, what's a bullet? That, you know, it's a little metal thing that you shoot it at people. It's like, you think it'll work on that guy over there? It's like, I don't know, it looks like he's made out of lava. He might just melt these bullets. Really not helping me here. Big 6 on the Gandalf 6. Or what's it going to be? Oh, we haven't had one of these in a long time. It was foretold. I said big 6 on the Gandalf 6. There it is. Yeah, that's me, Nostradamus painter right there, extraordinaire. Look at that. Here, let me get some of this junk off of this here brush. Again, just trying to drop in a little bit of our lighter skin tones here. Bithron, you can tell that I've been watching too many Australian YouTubers because actually it's not even just them anymore. It's even, I think, guys in the US, every time they roll a dice, it's big whatever. So if you're not familiar with Zorp's channel, years ago when GW brought back Lord of the Rings, well, Middle Earth strategy battle game, Zorp, well, now he's in New Zealand, but in Australia, he was the first one to start doing YouTube content on MESBG. And every time he would roll the dice, it would be a big 3, a big 5. Of course, obviously, he's always looking for a big 6. So, yes, I guess I've been infected with that, right, right, Bithron? Well, Night Runner, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the sub and everything. And Night Runner, hey, Night Runner, why don't you post your stuff again? I know you tried posting it early, but there's a whole bunch more folks. So if you want to post it again, so you can get some more eyeballs on that, please go ahead and do that. So Night Runner, you take care. Have a fantastic Saturday. Well, what's left of it here? We got 46 minutes left of our Saturday here. For some folks, it's already Sunday. So Dark Horse, that second one, your animated GIF there, that's just 2 pictures then, just kind of plopping back and forth between the 2 pics. If that's the case, I think maybe we can do this. Well, I'll do a couple to start with. Let me see. Actually, a Dark Horse. I think there was one point we were talking about we used the analogy of the wheel of misfortune. I think it might have applied to Valfera. I think we between you and me and Arid, I think we referred to that as the wheel of misfortune. Basically, dial up a disaster. Something makes me think of that. Now we're gonna also get the. Oh geez, we gotta get some. Man, let's see. I think I better get some of the Perline Red out here. We got the Perline Crimson out. All right. Let's get this brush. Let me go with the Fast Matte White here. And let's start to, oh, no. Let's get some of that in there. That was going to get a little bit too on the yellowish side. We don't want that. So see you later there, Night Runner. And everybody, please check out the link that Night Runner just posted. Nope, that's going to need some more thinner. Thin over thick, vice versa. Blammo, look at that. We thin it down. We get ourselves some coverage. You know what else we need, Dark Horse? Gothmog. We are all Gothmog, right? And we can have all the different Gothmogs. We can have Gothmog the Balrog, Gothmog the Orc. We can have. We'll just have it cycle through all the different Gothmogs. Gothmog the High Elf, Gothmog the Hobbit. Forgot about that little part of the skin tone there. Because we have no, I don't think, do I have a Balrog emote? I don't think I have a Balrog emote. Geez, we gotta have one of those. Let's put it this way. I've got, where's my more, there we go. I have at least 3 other Balrogs printed. 2 of them are based and primed and ready to go. Because, you know, one Balrog is just not enough, right? Yeah, Bithron, it's not like you're going to have those, like we use at conventions, right? Those little pad type things that you can stand on those. And even standing on those is, for several hours is still going to take a little bit of toll on you. But straight up concrete, that is definitely going to be that will be definitely a rough one there. So Bithron, they're That one right there, the Weeping Angel, the reason why you see two of them is that now Twitch just suggested that you have a few of your emotes available for people that are brand new that have no channel points. So the reason you're seeing there's a few other ones. I think Gandalf might be another one. They just said that's kind of a new thing that Twitch kind of suggested is that maybe have some emotes that are available to the brand new folks and also the folks with channel points. So I think there's a Gandalf one. It's been long enough, so I don't remember. I think there's at least three that I did. So yeah, if you see another Galadriel and another Gandalf, that is because they just suggested make them maybe make some of them available for new folks. Let's see if I can't sneak in a little bit more of this light over here. Not quite sure what's going on with that. We'll have to figure that out later. Now I gotta stop fooling around with the skin tones there. We gotta let that. Remember we were saying we gotta let that set. Keeping it simple here, we're just gonna grab ourselves some indigo and we are gonna start doing some of the darker stuff here on our horizon lines. Gotta break this up, right? So that already, see how that made that look a whole lot shinier? We're going to darken this area up here. Again, a little bit thinner in that too. Now was that one of the, is that a channel point one there, Bitron? So that is our big Gandalf 6. Okay, yeah. Let's go back to our indigo here. We certainly need to remember edges, right? Gotta have the edges here. Let me see, what can I use as a blending brush? What about this one here? Let me see if I can get some of the paint out of that. Little tap, 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 spread that around. Same here. See how that edge just came a whole lot sharper? So we did, when in doubt, make things darker. You can highlight something till till it doesn't exist anymore. It's not really going to matter. You gotta get some darks in there. Also mid-tones. Lights and darks, that gets talked about an awful lot. What doesn't get talked about very much, that would be mid-tones. That's that kind of nebulous area in between light and dark. While I'm at it, I'm just going to chuck that up here too. Real quick like. So that, how long did it take for that to play out there? I will also get, oh yeah, here. That horizon, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown here. What's it reflecting? Who knows? Buildings, some other form of terrain, other folks, who knows? But you notice there's unevenness to it, and even here, see the horizon line kind of almost goes away a little bit there. That really is how your horizon line works. Where's there you are. So here's an example of a horizon. You can see buildings in the horizon line there. Look at that. You can actually see buildings reflected there on the super shiny armor. So we got ourselves a couple of Gandalfs. It looks like a Wapelius spell brush also. So yeah, I will. We'll try to do some more emotes. June has been just a little bit chaotic, needless to say. I think I was able to. I added some of those new emotes back in May, if I remember right. So I'm just adding a little bit of this Van Dyke brown while I'm at it there to some of the hair. Now we're going to start to scare up some, maybe some kind of scorching in addition to just other darks here. A little something going on there. You know what? Where's my asphaltum here? This was one that we kind of started on a whole bunch later than the others. Where is... fine, we'll throw a little bit of this on there too. Some of that on the gloves. Changing that from a bluish tone to something more like our browns. Oh, we never did the... All right, here, let's just very quickly dial up a little bit of our rusty stuff here on the base. It's not exactly a difficult thing to do. Pretty simple. Boom, done. Is nice. Night Whisper, hopefully that painting is going good, but, well, as a certain character on the channel says, you probably don't want to blink. It's like, yeah, oh, Kim, could you maybe not point that at me? It's like, where am I supposed to point this thing? It's heavy. It's like, can't blink here. Yeah, because Genius, yeah, he forgot to give me eyelids. Who does that? That's the Weeping Angel. That's wow. Now, Dark Horse, what would happen if we were to make a Weeping Angel emote that actually blinked? It wouldn't be all that hard. I think it would also have to say "Don't blink." I don't know if that'd be terribly readable in the text. Oh, thanks, Night Whisper. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that would work out. I was really hoping that it would. Now, the neat thing about this here Perline Crimson is that when we add some of the lighter stuff to it, it gets kind of a... It doesn't turn pink. It still has a really deep tone to it. But it's actually somewhat grayed down, even though it really does have a deep tone to it. Again, this is a 3D print. The hair is, as you can see, it's kind of bulky. I don't know where this came from. It could be sort of like, what is that? Is that here? Not Hero Quest. I mean, it is Hero Quest. Right, the folks that do the. You can kind of, I guess, maybe take a photo of yourself or whatever, and they'll give it armor, sword, whatever, and then you can print that out. I'm going to try this here. Let me see what that's going to do. That is the one of those fastmac colors that sadly is going out of existence. It's been discontinued. No, I like the original here. So let me go back here. Perline red, and we're just taking this yellow here. Is that going to be too light? Hopefully not. I don't know. Let me get a little bit of the yellowish color in there. So here we're going to have to paint in a little bit of individual hairs, something like that, if we wanted to have any kind of fine detail like that. Now, the nifty thing about being able to get to say to this point in what, an hour and a half, so 90 minutes in, it means that if you want to do a whole bunch of really fun extra detail type things, freehands, whatever, well, you haven't had to spend hours and hours just to get to this point. So you can kind of maximize, I guess what would you say, Nightwish, maximize the amount of time that you have for all the snazzy stuff, because the foundation didn't take as long to construct. You can spend more time on carpeting and window treatments and all that stuff. So Hero Forge, that's it, Hero Forge. Thanks, Ryan. Because it just kind of, it has a little bit of bulk to it. I mean, there's other digital sculptors that I know, and they sometimes there's a little bit of heftiness to their sculpts and stuff. Let's see if I can go. Here we do have this later stuff right here. Let me see what happens with that. I think what we're going to want to do maybe is also give this a chance to set. I might try to get that some of the red into the skin tone there. Actually, no, here we'll set that one aside. How's about we start doing some of the indigo on these other ones here to get that same darker stuff working. Like here, also there. Blending brush. Here, so we got that line. We don't want lines, we want shapes. So we'll just drag that line into a shape there. We need to do the same kind of horizon line like we did on the other one. Again, making it uneven. Blending brush so that the bottom has a softer edge to it. That's what's going to make it a horizon line. So we still have the reflected light there, but now we've got ourselves a bit of a the horizon line. We're going to try and get some of our dark up there. Right up here on the edge of that. This sword, I think we have a whole lot of areas of light on that thing, but not a whole lot of areas of dark. Well, we got light and mid-tone. That could still go for a little bit of the something darker right there. Up here. There we go. Okay. So yes, he's starting to do the same deal up here. That's too sharp of an edge. Our blending brush just went hurling off into space. Let me grab that. Taking the edge off of that a little bit. Move these guys out of the way. See that teensy bit of edge right on the sword there makes that a whole lot sharper. That is quite literally another form of contrast. That's what separates it from, say, skin, cloth texture, fur. Again, things that are going to be, well, softer. We don't want really, really, really hard edges on those, do we? I have seen that, though. I've seen it on, well, on faces and such, really, really hard edges, especially on that where they got the turn of the cheek or something like that. And it just doesn't look like there is any turn because it's just way too hard of an edge. Even when there's a shadow, there still needs to be some kind of mitigation of that. It can't all just be a hard edge. Get a little bit of reflect light even here. There are such things as reflected shadows too. That actually can be a thing. Hey there, Thranual. Great to see you again there, Thranual. Happy Sunday to you. I don't know if you saw the latest video. I just dropped that down right before the stream, as in minutes before the stream. Yet another experiment. Gonna get me a little bit more dark up there. Maybe a little something more there too. Okay. Blinding brush, where you at? Where you hiding? So Tranya, that's what I was talking about with all of the spray can stuff. I think that experiment was definitely a success. There will be much more follow-up experiment on that. There's not as much of the darker stuff to do on this one. No, and by the way, it's been pretty darn simple. All of this has basically been done with one color. That color is indigo. I believe it's a Series 1 or Series 2 in Winsor Newton form. Yeah, a Series 2. So again, a fabulous color. A lot of the ones that we use most frequently, they are less expensive. So when you see Series 1, Series 2, that means it's going to be less expensive. The pigment is not as rare. So you see, well, like that Perling Crimson we use, that is a Series 6 Williamsburg. That is very, very, very pricey. Wasn't so pricey to me because I got it with the big winter sale. Now, as we get closer to the 4th of July, all our little hobbits have to start being aware of is Dick Blick or Jerry's Artorama, are they pulling off some like a summer sale here or there? If I see anything, I'll let you know on stream. But that February sale, that was a huge one. I think that went from February all the way into March. There was an awful lot of, shall we say, luxury colors that I got during that sale. I think there's one more we haven't done this on yet. Is there an AD Creations in the house? Hey there, AD. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, if you want to share stuff in the chat, you know the drill. It's all good. So AD, hopefully the wrist feeling maybe a little bit better today. With maybe a little less usage on it. And I was just talking about the new video that unleashed on the Patreon page using those using the spray paints and stuff, and those little lights. Man, those little lights are very fun. We have been plotting and scheming for some animated emotes here also. Yeah, we're going to skip a little bit more to dark over there too. A little bit of dark this away. On that. Alright. Oh, wait. Yeah, here, let me try this. Okay, I don't know who makes this. It is definitely not an Infinity miniature. want to see here. I'm going to get this brush put over here so we don't lose track of what that one is. Hey there, Unplugged Painter. Great to see ya. Unplugged Painter, how are you doing? Well, we still got 22 minutes. Yeah, we still got 22 minutes to a happy Sunday here. I hope that you're doing very well. Yeah, sorry that you have to fool around with that AD. And we're... you know what? Let me see if we can scare up a little bit more of that fast matte. Hence a yellow. So unplugged, yeah, we, was it 1 hour 41 minutes ago? We started the last batch of 4 of the Sci-Fi figs here. Oh, man, 1 hour 41 minutes and a level 1 hype train to go. All of these were just primer. There was no non-metallics, no nothing on there. Okay, well, Ryan, I'll be curious to see what happens on the 4th of July. See if that cranks up a little bit higher, because I seem to remember, like, there was the richest sins. The richest sins were something like, in some cases, 50 or 60% off. That's why you saw me getting a bunch of those. I thought, well, we can try this here because, well, they got the massive sale going on with these things. Well, I'm glad, AD, that it won't be, well, again, it won't be easy, but maybe not as difficult as it could have been. So unplugged. I hope everything is going fantastic. Just trying to float in a little something lighter for our reds there. Speaking of fast matte, that's kind of just a fast matte. I almost said cadmium scarlet. No, that is a naphthol scarlet. Again, we're using this here. This is one of our brushes from Lethal Shadows. Ooh, you know what? That kind of start getting some of the leather colors on here too. You know, I'm going to do that while I have this going. Some of this, some of the asphaltum. There. So those, again, those little lights, I actually like these new ones much better. I mean, it's not like I don't like the old little flashlights, but these, some of them are more diffuse. The other key thing is the range of colors is just, it's massively different. There's more like 7 colors or something like that instead of, well, 4, maybe even 8. Nothing terribly fancy there, just a little something. Let that also even mix a little bit, just because. So yes, indeed, just less than 2 hours ago, we had no paint on any of these. Now, I will say it's a little bit faster now because, well, the first episode was really trying to figure out what color goes where and what the heck is what. Now we kind of have a much better idea what is what color goes where. So that kind of builds in a little bit of efficiency, or puts back a little bit of efficiency, I should say. We need to reflect a little bit of that there and there. And then here we're going to say, okay, let's try and do a little bit of the brown over here. Where's that asphaltum? We change that around a little just because. Not sure what's going on down there. They might need some more reflected light. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Well, Quantum Reveries, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. So, Quantum Reveries, before you head off, there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Quantum Reveries a follow. And again, Monster Den Minis, was it now? It's changed to the 28th Quantum. That miniature painters forum right there, where we kind of all get together and kind of just talk about different techniques, different materials, whatever, during Monster Den's fantastic stream. So happy Sunday there, Doji. Actually, Doji, there's a video waiting for you, because I posted another one to the Patreon page. That would be what we've been talking about with the spray cans and such. Here, I'm just using this as essentially a blending brush. You're just kind of taking away some of the extra brush strokes there. So I'm glad it's maybe a little bit of a peaceful time there before all of the usual morning chaos, Doji. Try and get me some of the Indian yellow mixed into this. Let's get that thinned down a little bit too. See what we can do on whatever some of this stuff is. So a conclusion is that this is a Hero Forged mini. We've got at least 2 genuine Infinity Figs that we're working on. Yeah, Toshi says sorry that they keep coming fast and furious. I do believe this was, what, the 9th one for June? I mean, I try to do 10, but May and June have had a lot going on. You can pretty much subtract almost a week from each month. So I'm glad I've been able to get to 9 each month somehow. Not quite sure how we managed that, but we did. Little more light there. So yeah, I try to get to 10 videos each month on the Patreon page, but we did what we could. Tried to get to, well, at least we got to 9. So everybody please check out that link to Quantum Reveries post. That's an Instagram link. And of course, as always, please give Quantum Reveries a follow if you could. I'm going to try, you know what, here, let me, I'm going to do that just for reasons, just for funsies here. Going to give that actually a bit of a reddish touch to it for whatever reason. Thanks, Doji. Oh, actually, the just to make you feel even better, well, tomorrow is Sunday, so I will be filming another video because, you know, much like we are legally obligated to make sure that Armored Wolf never sleeps and that his arm falls off several times, I have to make sure that you never actually get a chance to catch up on videos. So I'm prepping a whole bunch of just old-fashioned ring rates so that we can do another experiment on Payne's Gray, because we have a couple of different Payne's Grays and also the Mars Black and such. So yeah, we going to be creating another one tonight. Be the first one for July. Don't blink just doesn't just apply to the stream here. It also applies to the videos. You can never close your eyes. That is one of my secret evil plots there when it comes to the videos is to make sure that nobody ever gets a chance to sleep. You just have to watch every single one. Yeah, we'll still keep doing some of our finer detailed things. I just wanted to change that to the red, and we're going to see how this works. Now let me get some of this. I'm going to get me some thinner in that instead. And sure enough, it sticks. Now this one, I think it's right over here. It's a Payne's Gray Violet. There's a couple of other. Ooh, yeah. So there's Payne's Gray Violet, and of course I never tested the Mars Black from whatchamacallit there, Windsor Newton, and I have 2 tubes of it, because well I accidentally ordered 2 of them. So we've never actually tested that one directly. We'll be doing that. I also wanted to try out the Richardson, those brilliant colors. So instead of using in our color charts where we use things like brilliant yellow, pale, and all the radiant colors, we're going to change that up. This will be the first sets of color swatches with the. Do I want to go with the yellow in that? Let me see what happens when we mix this in here. No, I need a little more yellow in that. Let's see what this is going. Yeah, we'll go with this one right here. Still got to get pearline red out there for some of the stuff on the. It's starting to look a little bit too much like our skin tone there. So we're gonna backtrack on that, and then we might just let that sit for a spell too. So see you later there, Quantum. Have yourself a good night. Yep, that's just going to have to wait. We're just going to chuck a little bit of that over there and say, well, the rest of this, we'll just wait for it. In the meantime, pearline crimson, pearline red. Yep, pearline red. We're just going to be chucking some of this onto the skin tone in a few places. It's going to get mixed in with some of our later stuff here, though. First, a little more of that pearline red. Now that's not the cheapest color. It's a Series 3, but it is it's a Gamlin color, so not so horrible. Okay, there we go. What is the? Ooh, you know what? Here, let's get a little bit of that out of here. We shall blending brush some of that into our existing skin tones. Fancy you should mention that, Doji, because when I was doing the primer video, guess what were some of the fully prepped Song of Ice and Fire miniatures that I had? I was actually thinking about doing that. I was considering that. Now let's do that. So yeah, I do have some fully prepped, ready to go Song of Ice and Fire Night's Watch, or as we like to call them, Resurrection Queens. Doji, you might get a little bit of a chuckle out of this. When you mentioned that, I said, but wait a minute, I painted a whole bunch of Song of Ice and Fire figs the last week. Well, I primed a bunch of them. I think we've primed a whole bunch of Song of Ice and Fire figs, but yeah, less with the painting, lots with the priming. 'Cause I just was thinking, well, man, I've really done a whole bunch of Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Sort of. Actually, let me get a little reflected light there. Yeah, we'll stick with the, again, this is our lighter sort of asphaltum mix here, just following along with the color scheme that we established Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Again, we painted 4 on the stream last night, working on 4 more tonight.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
We're going to welcome another little hobbit. Thank you so much, Sierra. Appreciate that. So I hear there's more Gandalfs here. I'm Gandalf the White, so what the other color is going to be? It's like, dude, Gandalf the Stinky. Holy smokes, man. Are you sure you're not still on that pipe weed? He's like, no, I haven't had any in the last, 2 minutes. Now, we have had a big Gandalf 6. However, Shireweed was mentioned. What's going to happen here? Oh my goodness, look at this, Bithron. 2 big Gandalf 6 in a row, despite the Shireweed. Wow. That's a relief for Gandalf right there. Who knows? Maybe he knows there's more Gandalfs on the way, and there's safety in numbers. So let's do this right here. So Doji, the reason I'm doing the ring race is I have from the previous one that we did, so I want to kind of compare this new stuff to the actual miniatures from last time around. But we certainly have plenty. Oh, there's other boxes of Night's Watch that are brand new, that are still sitting in the garage there, Doji. So yeah, there's you haven't seen the last of the Night's Watch. So Bithron, yeah, I know you were saying that you didn't get the. Maybe there's Twitches being twitchy for you or something like that, because I know there was a whole bunch of other folks that came in. Because I know that, oh yeah, Grand Oracle followed Arathu. He was asleep. He woke up and he was in somebody else's stream. That was pretty hilarious. Thranduil, I'm guessing that is supposed to be Galadriel. Wow, that's boy, Thranduil, the autocorrect monster really got that wrong. Holy smokes! I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, maybe that's the actual name of the miniature or something like that. And then I'm thinking, no, I think that's supposed to be Galadriel there. You know what? We're gonna have to change that to more of an armor color. We can do that. Throw some of this out there. We got the radiant indigo, which is not actually a radiant color. It's actually ice blue, and that is again, that's another thing that we're going to be testing is those Richardson brilliant colors, and see what are they like compared to, say, the Gamlin Radiance, because there's nothing that would really show off something that can tint a color like while doing something with grays. Right, so that's kind of the rationale behind that. Ooh, you know what? I think you're still there. No, I think, yeah, Night Whisper. I'm just putting a little bit of thinner back into this because that actually kind of is, it's not dry, but it's very much set. It's all solidified here. It was doing fine, but that the alkyds in there just kind of absorbed all of the thinner. So yeah, the fast matte white definitely suggests that. Let's also welcome in Viricure. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Viricure a follow. So Viricure, I hope that you had yourself a blast on stream. Obviously, you had just finished your stream, so you're not going to have a whole lot of pictures of what you were just doing. But if you want to post any work in progress things, whatever, that's all good. Now, what do we got going on here? We got 4 miniatures here. 2 hours, exactly 2 hours ago, these 4 miniatures were just primer. There was no paint on any of these, no non-metallic, no nothing, no skin tones, no nothing. So I'm working on some Death Guard there. Again, Verica, if you want to post anything in the chat, again, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, all of this here, just again in the last 2 hours, well, 2 hours and 1 minute. So appreciate the raid again, everybody. Please give Viricura a follow. That'd be sensational. Time for some maybe a little bit lighter skin tone here on this lady. We'll probably try and get some stuff going on with the hair as well. More of our light on the upper lip. Gotta do the chin as well. Other cheek. We'll come back to the eyes. We need some lighter stuff here. Basically reflected light on the bottom of the cheek there. So most of these are infinity miniatures. We have determined that one of these that we're painting tonight, that'd be this one, is a Hero Forge right there. Using the usual oil paints. And just start to finish. There was primer and the oils. There's no acrylic stuff or whatever beforehand, just the oil paints. And these, if they're not dry by this time tomorrow night, they'll be well on their way to being dry. Why? Because, well, first of all, we're not using a whole lot of paint. We're doing this. See, I just threw that light color on there. Now I'm going to just grab maybe something like this to use as what we call a blending brush. So see, I've got that light line there. See how we kind of start tapping away at the edge of it? All of a sudden it's not so much of a line anymore, is it? Well, look at that. So that went from a very hard, sharp line, something that, well, instead very much blended. We can even do something like this here. Again, where with each brush stroke, some of the color gets on there. So thank you so much, kid. Appreciate that. We have an ever expanding line of Gandalfs. It's like I'm thinking Shandorf. Well, what about Gandalfax? You say Gandalfax, I will end you. It's like I heard that there's a Guahir. He just got printed. I think he's gonna be looking for you here. Let's just vamoose. Yeah. And I'm not thinking about Shireweed right now. He's thinking about getting out of town while Guahir is looking for him. Yes, I printed yet another Guahir too. Now he's safe for now. Guahir didn't get him. We did have 2 big Gandalf 6 already though. So kid, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Especially if you have Shireweed. Yes, if you've got Pipeweed, Gandalf is very, very excited about that. Thanks for doing that clip there, Bithron. Glad it finally let you do that. Everybody, please check out that link there that Veracure just followed. And again, please, or just posted, and give Veracure a follow if you could. Thank you so much for, of course, the raid. We are working with regular oil paints here. just right out of the tube. Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg. Those are the three. We call them the big three. We have been adding some other paint lines, well, Richardson in particular. All right, let me get back to that blending brush over here. So yeah, Bithron, it's kind of a clip type of an evening, right? Now, I'm gonna take some of this. That's our, yeah, a little bit of our pearline crimson still in there. I'm gonna try to work in a few lights in there. I don't want the hair to necessarily get as light as some of the other stuff. Don't necessarily even want it to look red either. We have some of our 12 miniatures we've been working on here that basically have some red here. We got pink, we got blonde, got lots of different stuff going on. A little bit more of my light down there. Let me try this. Oh yeah, that needs some more of our lighter metal colors there, which we'll do with some of this. We got some of the Prussian blue, some of the that are icy blue. Blending brush again. So I just plop some colors on there. And now we're just going to take this here brush and we're just going to push those around. That's another time savings with the oil paints, is I don't have to sit here and try and do a bunch of layers of paint in really hard to reach areas, or at least moderately hard to reach areas. I can just kind of chuck something in there, use the blending brush, and do a little bit of quick pseudo blending, and there you go. That might, yes, I think that's what we needed there. Now, we did put some of our darker indigo on the other side of that metal. Here we need a reflected light. Oh, we need to establish a horizon line on this. Speaking of indigo, hey, there's Stretch Pretzel. It's been a little bit, Stretch Pretzel. I hope that you're doing really well. So Stretch Pretzel, hopefully you've seen the last few videos. I just again threw up another tutorial video on the Patreon page right before the stream. So I hope everything goes very well for you. No, now it's a happy Sunday. It is officially a happy Sunday here. So happy Sunday to everybody. I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to try and do some of the lighter rust color on the bases here. Let me use this thing, which will be Terra Rosa, Mars Yellow Deep. That's what we've been doing all the other ones. Give me drop a thinner into that. So Stretch Pretzel, very happy that, well, unlike the experiment with the the Sculpey version of the air dry clay, the experiment with the spray can paint, that went very well. So we were able to. That's going to really help crank through all of those terrain pieces. So that was super bueno right there. Very happy about that. So see you later there, Doji. And have yourself a fabulous Sunday. Let me see, do I have the picture easy here to show on this? Yes, I do. Look at that. So there you go. We can maybe even make it a little bit bigger for you. So that was, again, just a quick, barely 20 minutes, and then chucking that little light in there. Boy, did that That's the other thing. Those little lights I was showing on the last couple of streams. Ooh, those things are very nifty. So they're a lot like our current lights, but definitely, I think, a wider range of uses. So Stretch Pets, hopefully you've been able to do some painting over the last week or so. We've been painting up these sci-fi figs on the Thursday, Friday, and now our Saturday stream. Just trying to get the lighter rust color in here. Not absolutely everywhere, just here and there and here. Not looking to go bonkers with it, just kind of it's a way to keep these from blending into the bases too much, because without that, they would really blend into the bases a lot. Oh yeah, I was wondering, well, why the heck is this one not quite as set as the others? That's right, because we kind of let this one be in its pre-glaze state for a little bit longer. Now we need to start doing some stuff on the armor stuff over here. Let me see if we can do something like this to break up that space a little. We need now some reflected light in here. Ah, so Green Fairy. Oh, geez, Green Fairy. Well, it was pretty toasty today, but I gotta remember Green Fairy to try our experiment with the spray cans on the foam and see what happens. I have to say, Green Fairy, just based on the smell test, if dare we call it the smell test, there's a part of me that thinks it's not going to disintegrate the foam. In which case, I hope that means, well, both of us, because we each got foam terrain that we wouldn't mind just being able to spray a bunch of stuff on, right? You know what? I'm just going to use you as a blending brush in there. So yeah, Green Fairy, I will, well, it kind of depends, but I'll see if I can give that a try tomorrow. I mean, it'll take all of 2 seconds,
Hello,
right?
little hobbits. Spark my gun,
It,
just.
the verdict will happen immediately. Yeah, as long as I'm not holding on to it at the same time. So thank you so much. I appreciate that, Alex. Thank you so much, Alex Arms. So you're saying that's not going to work too well on the Balrog, huh? It's like, well, he does have wings. He might just fly away. You know, those are just he can't fly. Then why does he have wings? I don't know. The movie guys, they were doing they thought he would look tougher with wings. That really doesn't make sense from an evolutionary standpoint. It's like, well, we're talking not so much evolution, we're talking about Morgoth here. So thank you so much, Alex. Appreciate that. Now, we've had a couple of sixes. We haven't had some Gandalfs in a while. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is a record. That is 3 Gandalf sixes in one stream. We've had 3 ones. We haven't had too many Gandalfs. Yeah, we haven't had 3 Gandalf sixes like that. So a record is established. Look at that. I'm glad that that's been working out for you there, Stretch Pretzel. So Stretch, if you wanted to, want to share any of that in the chat there, if you got some Insta pics, Discords, whatever, you want to let folks see what you've been doing there with those oil paints, that'd be fabulous too. You know what? We do not have our light there. We also need some more. Ah, there we go. There, we're getting there now. That's it. Maybe a little bit on the top of that. We need more reflected light over there. It really is. Wow, that's it's. I think we had one stream. There was two Gandalf sixes in a row, but that was it. This is the first time we have had three Gandalf sixes. So congratulations to our new little hobbitses tonight, as they are setting stream history here. It's an epic moment. It's already made international news. Get some more of the white there, blending brush. Look at that. See, we just gotta take that and we extend that. Same over here. And that, again, what's that reflecting? The ground, surrounding elements, whatever. So there was no particular set of colors. We were using some of the Terra Rosa, like we do. We let some of the, even some of the Asphaltum mix in there. What was it? Their Naphthol Scarlet got in there too. A little bit of the Brilliant Yellow, which is essentially Brilliant Yellow Pale. I mean, Terra Rosa, Brilliant Yellow Pale, that's a very common skin tone combo right there. Then, of course, we took our red and that went into the cheeks there. We will be coming back with even lighter stuff here. Let me see what we have going on with this stuff here. This is not our lightest light. This is that ice blue. That's one of those richest in colors. That is one of the things we will be using in the video that I'm going to be filming. Well, essentially later today, because it is Sunday now. Our streaming days usually Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday. Of course, we have more of a Regia Marina all set for Monday. I have a ship that's already prepped. I'm going to maybe prep a couple of more. So yes, more of our Regia Marina. So yeah, Green Fairy definitely no recipes. Well, that's why the oils take way less time, right? Because you're not, well, okay, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. You're kind of like a whole bunch of this. Boom. I mean, well, plop and push, right? So see what we did there? We just kind of plop that paint on there. We take our blending brush here, and then we push that around. That's a whole lot of free blending there. So Thranio, this is the Naphthol Scarlet. Well, it's the fast matte variety, but I'm sure somebody must make a Naphthol Scarlet. I mean, you got Cadmium Scarlet. That was a color that I really did like. I did like that Cadmium Scarlet, but well, Cadmium colors, none of those are going to be Series 1 or 2 or even 3. They're usually 4s and 5s. So that was one of the reasons we kind of started to move away from the cadmium colors, and they're also super slow drying. So it's kind of the reasons you don't really see those anymore. Oh yeah, we somehow kind of lost some of our midtones over there. Again, a lot of that is just mixing with whatever the heck is already there. More, yeah, let's fire a little bit more light there. Also down there. This could probably, we might come back maybe with some dark there. Not sure just yet. That's going to need a little bit of light, dark, light transfer there too. Yeah, I think some of our skin tone or some of the asphaltum got onto the stuff there. Now let me see if we can't go a bit lighter with the skin tone there. Yeah, Green Fairy, I just figured that I'll use those, well, there's a lot of 2D stuff that I'm going to be doing, like the painted backdrops. And I figured, well, okay, if I'm literally painting cardboard with the cadmium colors, that's going to dry fast, right? I mean, just by default, that's going to dry fast because the cardboard is going to really suck that down, and it should dry it out much faster. This this is going to be just about the lightest skin tone we're going to get on here. Get that a little bit closer to the eye, the other cheek over there. Move that a little further up there. Now we've got to get some of this on the upper lip there. Same on that side. So yeah, it's not like we won't use the cadmiums ever again, but I think I've got some very specific uses for them here. Should lead to some very nice intense backdrop colors. Oh, the other thing I did with the spray cans is I fixed one of my photo backdrops. Yeah, unlike the airbrush, where as soon as I started putting miniatures on it, because I fixed it up before, all of the airbrush stuff just started to scrape away. This actually stayed in place, which makes me feel extra good about the terrain. I'm going to just use this big old blending brush here. Like so. Maybe a little more thinner into that. Let's see what that's going to do. Oh yeah, that sticks very nicely now. Big old blending brush again. I mean, that really does, all kidding aside, I know we joke about the hashtag no layers and everything else, but I mean, that really does cut down tremendously on the amount of, well, painting that you have to do. The miniature becomes your palette. The palette itself, we like to call it a color storage device because you're not really doing a whole bunch on the palette except just maybe thinning down the paint or whatever so that you can transfer it over here and then really do the mixing and the blending and all the stuff with it. So again, just 2 hours in here, making lots and lots of progress. Try this one here, go with the, yeah, we already did put some of our really light skin tone on here, it seems. We'll bring that up a little bit more, and then I also have to see if I can get in there with the darker stuff on the lips, also create some eyes there. Try and do some a little bit lighter on the chin. We got a blending brush that. Maybe a little bit more of the blending brush there. Alright, and there's this one. Yeah, we really can. I might even try to get some lighter stuff on the hair too. This one, the details on the face are a little smushy, so we're kind of sculpting with paint here on this one. That's definitely all of the infinity minutes that the chins really have that kind of very distinct shape. This one definitely doesn't have it. Trying to get me a little bit more of the light up there, then blending brush just to fade that out. Tiny bit on the ear. A little lighter on that chin, perhaps. Also up there. No. That's wow. Some of our pre-glaze is still sitting there, even after all this time. Trying to lighten, get a little bit more of the light on the lip there. See what I can do for the hair on this one. Some light here. That should also make this very dramatic, I think. Yeah. There's not a whole bunch of thinner on this, because if we did have a whole bunch of thinner, you say, wow, you're doing some really fine stuff. We got to get a bunch of thinner on that brush. You do that, this immediately turns into a pin line wash and all goes boom down into the recesses. This is almost like a micro dry brush thing that we're doing here. See, we can do that with the oils because all this is wet, and it is quite literally mixing with the midtones and darks on the hair with each brushstroke, which is why I got to come back and refresh. We snag some new paint here. We come back with that. And with each of these brushstrokes, it mixes it at least a tiny bit with what's on there, which is why eventually you gotta come back over here. We refresh. We do it again. That was a little more than I wanted there. We're just gonna, I could take a blending brush to that too, but we're just gonna let those two kind of morph together. Try not to work too far into the shadows with this lighter color here, and I think that's about as light as we are going to go on that. Let me see if I can do some stuff here on the brown. So let's do this full tone. We'll mix this with it. That's what we've been doing on the other ones. This also makes a very good sort of a ruddy skin tone here. We were doing this, our coursers of Umbar. Ooh, and the other thing I'm printing up is more Far Harad stuff, because what we haven't actually painted is any of the printing goes ever on Far Harad, and it's an army only ever kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say we're halfway through that. We're maybe a third. Yeah, somewhere around a third of the way through our Far Harad army. So we're going to be getting caught up on that. As I'm waiting for the July release of Kurzlik miniatures on our Arnor army. Because I'm trying to do more pure, or instead of the Alliance Matrix, where you see the Mahoods and you see a bunch of Harad stuff. Well, I want to have more than just, okay, well, we actually have some of our Oliphants too, but usually see an Oliphant, a bunch of Harad, like the Witch King, Suladan, and then a whole bunch of Mahood riders. I would like for it to be just a straight up Far Harad list at a larger point level than just say, I don't know, 500 points. Yeah, stretch pretzel. Every so often that'll happen to you, right? There's just too much of the thinner on there. And different colors, like we've been saying, some colors it takes very little to turn those into a pin line wash. There's other stuff, Terra Rosa, well, anything that's generally opaque will take a bunch more to turn into a pin line wash. Again, trying to get some of the leather over here. On another one of these little teensy pouches, like so. Another one over here. Get the edge of that a little lighter. Even going to let some of that mix in on the gun over here on the stock, because we need some reflected light there anyway. Speaking of reflective, oh, that was out a little more than we wanted right there. That's okay, I haven't even established the horizon. You know, actually, we're gonna change that. Let's just make that more of the asphaltum there. So I'm gonna have to come back now. We will make a little adjustment here. Like so. So originally it was going more of like a metal type of a deal there. We're going to change that. We're also going to change that to something that is back to the asphaltum side of things. And all that starts to, yeah, that was getting a little bit light down there. When in doubt, make things darker. Hey there, Horns fan, how you doing? So Horns fan, well, if you got a late night going on, there's another video for you to watch, and that's all about the terrain stuff there using the spray cans. So if you're looking for some entertainment, well, you get some edutainment here. Yes, indeed. A brand new video just went up on the Patreon page. I'm going to throw me a little bit more of the dark up there. Okay. Now, what the heck are we going to do with those eyes? All right, let me try something here. Speaking of stretch pretzel, doing the eyes right, I gotta make sure there's not too much thinner on that brush, because that would be not bueno. So I done made that as light as I can. Now let me chuck in a little more light on the end of this. Yeah, Horns fan. Actually, that's the 9th video of the month. I try to have 10. Like I said a little bit earlier, with all the stuff going on this month, it took a full course press just to get to the 9. Yes, indeed. And of course, here's hoping that our college football countdown doesn't seem like it's too long, but it won't be long, right, to Horns fan, before the APCC gets into action there. All right, let me get this Perline red going in a few areas here. This one here. We need to get some light into that as well. Here we're going to have to try and get some of the lighter skin tone into that, if we can even see it. Now we'll come back with the perline red. Some of our, well, I guess the fast matte white mixed in with that. Also better get some thinner into that. Let's see what, ooh, I got a big old blob of paint on the end of that brush. We just took some of it away. There we are. There you go. This one, where we at here with this stuff? Okay. So, you know what? I'm gonna pull some lighter stuff down there. I got to do the really light skin tone on this anyway, so we'll do this one and then we'll swing back to the big gun lady there. That is the Hero Forge figure. Also need to try and get some eyes on there. Oh, we gotta do the hair as well. Actually, Horns fan, I'm gonna be doing an Instagram post tomorrow with some of the pictures of the one terrain piece that I kind of went through, and oh, those little lights that I was showing. Horns fan on the stream the last few nights, those are really fantastic. I really like those. They are really, really good. I actually have another color that's headed this way. I think ultimately they're going to be really handy for some of our other videos too on object source lighting. Nope, there's not enough thinner on that. This is where we sort of cut the and sort of split the eyebrow and the eyelid, so we don't have to paint those individually. We just have to paint basically one brush stroke in there instead of trying to paint in both things. So Horns fan, not sure if you're gonna have yourself a chance to maybe mess around with some painting this weekend at all. Alright, we need to get the eyes looking stage right. There we go. I need to get some darks in there. I think we're pretty good with dark on the hair. We're going to try and get a little bit more of our light there as well. Never did, speaking of reflected light, never did any of the reflection over there. Blending brush. And you know what, there's actually an edge there. Okay, well, we'll change that around. We need some kind of lighter gray, hopefully not too light. On this. Right there. Looking to do a smidge more reflected light in here. On this, can I? It's not really letting me do that. Here we need to get a little bit of something. This is, again, the old plop and push. I'm just going to chuck that lighter color in there. We're going to hit it with that blending brush. I mean, it's in total shadow. You can't hardly see it anyway. So it's just as well we can't do a whole bunch of stuff on that. Because I've seen, you know, where people, they've got, what is it, they're working in subassembly. That's it. and they end up doing all this highlight and shadow on something that, first of all, you can't even see, and second of all, because you didn't have it all together, you didn't notice that no light was supposed to get on there at all. Oh, that's all nice and set, those reds. So what I'm going to do is rework some of the dark that's in here. Indian yellow. We're going to tone that down a bit. Also, this going to get some color on it, something a little bit different there. Something in just a little something, not terribly light there. Now let me see what we can do on this red over here. So that is that Naphthol Scarlet. And some of this here lighter yellow. I better get some thinner on that. Let me see. So yeah, unfortunately, Armored Wolf not here. Armored Wolf is away doing the show thing. So yeah, we are able to get some of our that lighter red here, like so. Yeah, all I had to do was let that set, because if you remember, I tried putting some color on there and it literally just bounced right off. This is what the multiple miniatures really lets you do. You say, okay, you know, I'm just going to move to a whole different miniature instead of just kind of hammering away at the same thing over and over again. Because remember, this with the oils here, right? We don't want to, you know, I'm going to just keep hitting the same thing over and over and over again. Because that will make you, that's going to make you some mud, that's for sure. So definitely you don't want to keep just going after the same location over and over. Oh, look at that. We're going to use that for some skin tone now. We are just using it to make the red over here a little bit lighter. Now we're also using it on some skin tone, because we can do that. Let me see if I can go a bit lighter on the hair. Hopefully this is not too close to the skin tone there. Remember, I was also working on the hair, and I said, yeah, you know, we gotta step away from this. There's the paint is too fresh there. I don't know, it's probably been over an hour since I last fooled around with the hair, and now it's a whole lot easier to work with. So we're getting closer to the 3 hour mark. Remember, typically around the 3 hour mark, that's where we start doing some of the brushstroke management stuff. Right, Neelan? How you doing? Great to see you again there, Neelan. Happy Sunday. I hope that your Sunday morning has been fantastic. This is one of 4 miniatures. It's the last of the 12 sci-fi miniatures that we've been working on. There. Again, a little bit more of our lighter hair highlight color there. Here's some of the other ones. There's this one. We got 2 more. There we go. 2 more that we've been working on. 2 hours and 44 minutes ago. That's when we started on these. Let me do this. Yeah, throw a little bit of that lighter stuff on there. Using some of that Perline Crimson. That is a pricey color for sure. blending brush, and we'll use it on here. Remember we said it's kind of a brushstroke maintenance time. Yeah, that's where we can kind of come in there and do some changes. Now let me take Van Dyke Brown, some of our Mars Black here, and let me see what kind of stuff we can do here on the end of this. Just to maybe put some hefty darks. I might still try to get a little point of light or two on the end of the barrel here. I think we might need to do something like that. So Nealon, again, thank you so much for being here as always. Appreciate that. So Nealon, I just posted another video to the Patreon page. More testing of some new materials. Unlike the basing one, where it was kind of along the lines of, well, this was really neat until it all dried and then it deformed and shrank and stuff. So we can't use this. The stuff that I was trying out in this video was very successful. But you can't be afraid to give things a shot, because sometimes maybe things aren't going to quite work out, or maybe they don't really work out as you anticipated, but they might work in another way or for something else. You know what? Just going to darken the back of that. Also going to try to find some dark in here. We might even do a little bit of some chipping on this or something. Try and sharpen up a couple edges here. Let's hit the light stuff again. Yeah, now we got a little bit of the Mars Black into our fast matte white. That really does create kind of a neutral gray. Get a little bit more of that down here. Now on the end of the barrels here, I just realized, yeah, we should probably do something that's lighter on the end of that, because I was first thinking that this was a flamer, and then I saw the barrels and I went, nope, that's not it. So we don't really need the scorching there. I might try to get a little more light on these barrels here. Also this right up here. Hey there, Arid. Sorry, AD. Nice to see you back. So AD, it's been interesting working on the skin tones on these, and then using that. It's the first time I've ever had a chance to use the Perline Crimson for a hair color before. That was pretty fun. We need to somehow fix, yeah. And of course, AD, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that, of course. I don't know if you've had a chance to do that yet. Now, AD, you won't be doing, I'm not sure if will you be doing streams in the next 3-4 days or so. Hopefully the wrist maybe will be okay for at least doing some streams. I'm sure you already told me, but I'm drawing a blank on it, because the sleep patterns are still all really screwed up, which means memory That's not something that works. Not anymore. There we go. Everybody, please check out the link that AD Creations just shared. We're trying to get some of our violet going here. We haven't really been able to do too much of that. And then we'll try to get some of our lighter browns in there too. The asphaltum. Yeah, ADM, I'm glad at least you can do that. So, Mom, how you doing? Everybody, please welcome in Recoil's mom. So, Mom, it's great to see you. Oh, I did find yet another use for one of the little lights. Let me see now. Again, this is the primary use that we'll be doing with those is stuff like this, right? So there's our fabulous terrain piece illuminated on the inside, but somewhere here. Oh, and of course, again, there's the Kathy gallery. That's all of the Kathy miniatures there. So yes, here it is. So we actually were able to put one of the little lights here and kind of illuminate that. So it was Kathy's sister's birthday today. So I was sending a variety of images there. So I don't really think to be able to watch being at the cabin. I'm not quite sure they have the signal for that. So yeah, that was. We're gonna have all kinds of fun with those little lights. So again, glad to see you there, Mom. I hope that you're doing well. Actually, I'll say it's only 12:50 here, so it's gonna be a while before it's time for chow. Glad to hear that you're doing well. I sent Recoil some of the pictures of the terrain pieces earlier, right before the stream, I think. And of course, hopefully Squeak is doing well also. I think, oh yeah, that's right. Recoil sent me a video on the feeding process there for Squeak, where it's yeah, you have to feed individual pieces of food because it's kind of like oh that's right, visioning Squeak in a toga being fed grapes, lying on a couch. Yeah, that was pretty much the first thing that popped into my head. Well, thank you so much, Bench Guy. Appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for helping to facilitate the hype train there. That is much appreciated. And yeah, Bench Guy, I really do hope that you and the kids can have a lot of fun, not just in the short term, but in the long term with all of the Middle Earth strategy battle stuff. Like I said, it's been 20 plus years for me, and still enjoying it just as much as actually even more now. Even more now. So see you later there, Underdeep, and thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Now you've been here for a while. I'm glad that she's doing well there, Rico's mom. So yeah, the unfortunately with all of the schedule disruptions, and well, we're looks like we could have the same thing happening in July again. We're probably headed to a whole bunch of sleep disruptions in July. I'm really hoping it doesn't also kind of do weird stuff with the streaming. that would be jury duty. Oh, you know what? That needs to be lighter there too. Let me try and get just a little bit of something reflected on the gun there. And yeah, let's get a little bit more of the light here in these folds. That needs to be. We need to get more of our darker indigo, I think, onto this. Either that or maybe some of our lighter stuff. Let me try the indigo first. When in doubt, make things darker. Right there along that edge, another edge there. And now I think I can try and go back in with some of that really light stuff. Let me see what happens with this. Right there. Right along here. Ooh, yeah, gee whiz. We're missing some of our light. A bunch of it in here. I think we'll treat that kind of as metal too. I think that's actually part of the coat. Again, is that fur or is that hair? Okay, maybe that's just the fur there. I think I'll have to also darken that down. Let me see if I can do one last round of making this hair lighter. Now, as I add that yellow stuff, that does kind of gray it down a little. And I was kind of hoping we could do that. Yeah, that no, it's not the really 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 intense violet there. Just kind of has a violet tint to it now. We need to get the little more light right in there. Is that okay? That's part of the gun there, not the hand. More light down on that stock. Did we ever do the eyes on this one? No, and we still have some more of our light to do. Well, lightest light to do down in that area. So we'll mess around with this one for a while. I'm going to try and actually use some of that violet gray on here just because. Little bit again, reflected light there, reflected color. Oh gee whiz, we hadn't really done much at all on this scabbard here. So down here, some of our lightest light edges on these different armor plates. There's a bunch of them down here. There's a ton of them. Might also catch a couple of these edges here on the base. We also will, just like we've been doing, right, is do that not blackest black on here. Of course, I think that is on my other table right now. Yeah, oh, it's all the way over there. Yeah, we didn't really do our lightest light up here on some of these surfaces. There. On the knees here, get some of that really really light edge there. Some of that over here. Now is recoil moderating for for Rottweiler's stream. I think I don't know. I don't know if Rottweiler really streams on the weekends though. I know we did stream on Mondays and such. Oh wow, yeah, we did. We started out trying to get a horizon line there. We have to get kind of the rest of our light in there, and then we really need to do something here on the sword. That Prussian blue. Oh, that's right, and some of our green. That's what we did on the other. So that really did help. Again, just a little bit of a color tint there. That's facing the ground, so we're not going to mess with that. Might have to get some more of our straight up fast mat white out here. Unless, no, that's fairly close. Now I'm starting to feel the edge on that. Might do something with gold on that edge too. Now here we've got the fingers. Haven't really done anything with that yet. So we'll be messing around with this one for a little while here. Again, that's why we want to have multiple figures, right? Poof. Little reflected light there. Little reflected light over there. Just again trying to find that reflected light in as many places as we can. That just needs some light right there. Maybe a little reflected light on that piece of armor, and then tighten up the edge on the top of it. Oh yeah, we need a light edge on the. Okay, that was a bit much there. Oh look, we can just pretty much erase that. Give that another shot. Can't really do that with the acrylics, that's for sure. Can I go a little lighter on whatever that is on the hair? Sure, I guess. Let me go back to the Prussian blue even darker here. So a little bit less with the indigo, more the Prussian blue there. I'm going to put some of it here, and then we're going to try and get maybe some light along that edge, right, Sarge? So, Sarge, did you survive the 14-hour shift today? I think that's what it was, right? 14 hours? Sarge, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know it's been a super, super long day for you. And hopefully you made it through. And Sarge, well, there's a new video for you. Yeah, there's a new video on the Patreon page for you to just kind of chill out and relax to. Hopefully you do have at least maybe tomorrow to try and mellow out, refresh, recharge. I know it doesn't really leave you a whole lot of energy to work on the tiger, but hopefully you get the chance to do that too. So yeah, Sarge, those I had a chance to really try out, painting on that acrylic stuff, the those spray paints there, and I think that worked out pretty well, I have to say. might still go even a touch darker in there. Let me see if we can do that. Well, first though, let me play with this here. We got the indigo. That's going to go in here. I'm just going to let we're just going to come back in with that lightest light there on the eyes. I think that'll make it easier. I didn't get a chance to try it on the foam stuff there, Sarge. I was busy filming the video. So that is where we were actually taking kind of doing the final, more details type stuff with a regular brush. Maybe we'll try that tomorrow. It was about 88 degrees here, something like that. So it was too warm to be fooling around outside with the spray paints. But we did again get some of the final paint on one of the terrain pieces, and then actually tried out the little lights there. I think they're called balloon lights. I guess you literally just chuck them into a balloon, you inflate the balloon, and then you've got this balloon that's floating around with lights in it. Never heard of that before, but I'm sure it's really interesting. So Bithron, there are spray cans, and actually they are called foam safe. That's why I think you missed the early part of the stream where I was talking about the differences, the fragrance of this. So this is just maybe regular acrylic paint. So it might not have quite the chemicals and such that would melt the foam. Because this had a very, very, very different smell to it than the primer that I was using. Because remember, this stuff is also meant to be used on canvas and other type of stuff. So I have a feeling it's meant to be, it can be used on a broader range of stuff. But we have no idea till we give it a try. It might still end up melting that foam, in which case, well, we'd have to brush on some primer, and then we could do that. Let me get the Indian yellow here. Yeah, some of the violet. That'll make us a nice little amber color here. So, let's try some of it here. So yeah, Bithron, I have a whole bunch of scrap pieces. I mean, you know how it is, right? You end up with a whole bunch of scrap stuff left over. So I got some scrap pieces. We'll shoot it on there, and we'll find out in about 2 seconds, right, Bithron? Oh, that's right. I know that you wanted to try that stuff on on your tile pieces there to make sure that those were kind of staying a little bit more flat. Hopefully, you get a chance to do that too. So yeah, we're definitely not going to take a piece of terrain and spray it with that. We'll definitely give it a try on just one of our many chunks of foam that's just kind of sitting around. Fine, I'm just going to maybe grab some of this. This is a really weird kind of shaper. I'm not quite sure why they sculpted it that way, but it is what it is. I'm looking to get some really hefty darks in a couple of portions of this sword blade here. Now this is where we want kind of the light, the dark, the light. Now here we just did that. Now we're going to spread that out kind of in both direction here. So everybody, please check out the link that Sarge just shared. The fabulous tiger. So yeah, Bitron, hopefully you'll have a chance to at least somewhat enjoy your birthday there. I know that's not super ideal, potentially having to be doing the stampede while that is going on. And do the same thing here again with some of that darker stuff there. Take our blending brush, spread that around, and then also come back once again with that really light color. See, we just harden the edge there, so that sword blade looking a little bit more like a sword blade. That's 109. I do believe that means there's a surface tension sighting. How you doing there, surface tension? So surface tension, yeah, though. Thanks to, well, definitely share the same picture, the picture that you shared with me of the fabulous dragon and your new batch of guys, right? That you were able to power right through with the oil paints. So definitely show those off. Yeah, Bitron, hopefully it won't be too difficult for you to kind of get through that. Now here we're trying to also lighten up this portion right here. And that's with the radiant green. Right, we want to have something a little different maybe than what's happening on the armor and the sword blade and such. So but please check out the Instagram link that Sarge just shared. And surface tension, yeah, I'll see if I can scare up that image for you. With remember those little lights that I was showing on the stream yesterday? So there we go. Everybody check out that Mastodon link there that was just posted. So yeah, here that's again, that worked out really well. Those little lights, man, those are really fantastic. Ooh, let me also check out Bambi Cam here. Let's see what Bambi is doing. So it's printing out some really big, basically dead marsh terrain. So it's still printing out the base things. It hasn't quite gotten to the tree portions yet. Still got itself another 6 hours to go. So great to glad that those shadow stalkers were kind of working out the way you hoped. I'm going to get me some of that off there. Back to the indigo here. Going to try and fool around with the eyes on this. Looking this way. Now I want to try. Where's that Perline Crimson here? We're going to see if we can do this on the lips here. To try and get a little bit of the dark right up there. And down there. So yeah, surface tension, the old, they still kind of make those old tea lights that I had. But these, yeah, you just kind of stick them in balloons or something like that. And there's a couple of different types. There's, some of them are just round. And then there was another type that was almost kind of more like a bullet shape or whatever. And those really did work out much better than I anticipated. Yeah, Sarge. Well, Sarge, again, you can kind of take some pride in all the stuff that you did around that, right? I know there was a lot of work, and there was the 3D printed stuff, right? I'm just going to have to make that a bit bigger. And we're going to have to try and, okay, yeah, I think if I try and get a little bit of an outline down there, that might help too. Yeah, surface tension, the neat thing, actually, I posted the video to the Patreon page, so you'll be able to see them there. It really did work out super well. Maybe I just need to move this. No, 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 no. Can I get a little more thinner on that here? 1 second. Try this again. Trying to get that eye moved down just a little bit. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. Now we're starting to run a little bit shy there on our medicine. Sarge, that as you say that there, I just keep thinking of Kursk soil. That was one of the MiG ammo products. Now the other thing I'm looking forward to is taking these same tea lights, right, and putting the stuffed animal foam around them, and then using these spray cans to kind of create the explosion markers and such. Yeah, that's going to be really fun. And Sarge, I think you heard that for my birthday, Kathy's sister sent me an M1 Abrams kit. Now we're talking about very early Abrams, so we're talking more like obviously an Abrams that would have been deployed against the Warsaw Pact. So we're pretty much talking about, I think, even pre-Desert Storm era Abrams. It's definitely an older kit, that's for sure. So we've got ourselves some research to do. Now it's a 1/35th scale, so I don't think there was a part of me that thought, oh yeah, maybe our 4th of July stream or something like that. But I think I might have something else that could be very fun for 4th of July. If I get to actually, well, even if it's not on that day, we will still do something that's themed to 4th of July. Trying to get some of our darkest darks in here. I don't want that to end up looking like toes, so we're just gonna, yeah, that's more like spikes on the boots there. It's not actual toes there, so I just gonna darken that down a little. I'm just trying to sharpen up edges as best as I can on this thing. And here we're going to take that, push that dark down. We're doing something similar here. Can't just have that big old area of light there. That's pretty much just mid-tone and nothing else. Hey, Doji, I knew you would be back at some point there, even if it's just for a few minutes. So, yeah, glad to have you back there, Doji. Do I need to get... I might have to start thinking about getting some fast matte white out here. We're still actually working with the original fast matte white that we put out there about 4 hours ago. So yeah, because now we're, 3 hours, 18 minutes in. Got working on 4 miniatures all at the same time. Catch a little more of that light over there. This, oh yeah, there's a couple of edges here that went a little bit invisible. Like this here. Can't have nothing on that. And there's there's a whole bunch of shapes over here. Then we gotta figure what are we doing on this helmet here. I'm gonna actually go back to the Prussian blue, and we might actually go as even more of a sky blue color here or something. For that helmet. Something like that. And then I might even put a little bit of like a stripe or something on there. First, though, we're going to try and make that a little lighter. Yeah, surface tension. We've done a couple of blonde hair type things on a few. This one, it's almost a bit more of a lemon yellow. Ironically enough, there's some indigo in the shadows, believe it or not. A little more of our same Prussian blue out here. Also maybe on that. This thing also should probably get some more of our lighter. Oof, that's a whole lot of paint on there. It's really with the blonde here's that stuff in the midtones can really make a big difference, can it? Surface tension. Now, Sarge, there's been a couple of these things that revealed a surprising amount in film noir. Let me get up a couple of these. Actually, yeah, let's just try these two, and let's take away that little bit of the blue, right? And that's what's kind of giving us our metal tone. If we take that away, like you do, yeah, see that contrast. I mean, yes, okay, there's plenty of value. It's not like we're short of value there, but look at the bases. Wow, there's a whole lot of nothing there. So watch what happens when that color comes back, and the reds and the warm colors now contrast. Remember, that was looking like dead, like there was nothing going on. So that's a color temperature contrast going on. Now, same thing over here too, right? The hair, the armor, and this red over here. That all makes a key difference. Now let me see if I've got my. Is this the one that I was using? Maybe it is. Back into this. I'm going to take a little bit of the green and mix it with that yellow here. So yeah, with the and of course, yeah, with the blonde here, sometimes you need to go, like you were saying, a bit more subtle and diluted in the in those shadow areas slash mid-tone. I'm gonna cut down a little bit on that yellow up there, and maybe even on these. Carry some of this over here. Well, that's okay. That's a whole lot lighter than it was intended to be. So AD, this one in particular, it's been determined that this is a Hero Forge miniature. The vast majority of the rest are Infinity miniatures. There's some that I'm speculating might. There's one that we were painting last night that I could swear is a. It's one of Patrick Keith's Counterblast miniatures. So yeah, this is one that I think might be a Reaper miniature. That's definitely Infinity. These are the ones from last night. That's definitely an Infinity miniature. But this one, I have a feeling that one is a Counterblast miniature. I'm glad that you're back home there, Landrast. Doji, that's our favorite Fantastic Amber, isn't it? We really do love that. It's always works out. Actually, Doji, if you wanted to share share your stuff there in the chat. Not sure if you had a chance to do that yet. And of course, mixing the quinacridone magenta with Indian yellow also is that is very intense. Let me just, I might even have to paint in some little detail things in here. Again, this is it's a 3D print that I did not make, so I'm just running into a few support nubs and such. So Landrast, well, let me see if it's 123 here. It's yeah, a few hours short of midnight over there. So yeah, Landrast. I'll try and send you pictures. I just do some screen caps of his JPEG of that building, which again is monstrous. That one will probably take just as long to print out as the Rohan. Oh, and by the way, I conquered the Rohan building. It was close, but that last roof section finally was printed. Now I might need to print out more of the wall sections, but those things are just I can literally throw those on as extras on another build plate. So if I need to do some more of those, whatever. It was those roof sections were brutal. I just I was finally able to rotate that in such a way that at least most of it was attached to the stupid build plate and stayed there. The thing that made that really a brutal thing, Landrast, was that every single piece that I put out on the build plate, it said non-manifold edges. So I had to go through the stupid repair thing on every single one. Well, maybe not every single one, but at least about 85% of the pieces. Landrast, are those the same ones that I have? Because I've got like the Spanish galleon, the Dow, and the like the frigate type ship. I think that's the same set that I have. I have not had a chance to print those yet. That's why there's a part of me that's just like maybe I just need to get that second bamboo, but there's no place to put it. Unfortunately. So those are the ones. Doji actually, when I was doing the Wild West Exodus stuff, the person I was doing that with for his warband, he actually got a bunch of the freebooter ones. Freebooter and oh gosh, it's an English company. Oh my, it's been so long since I've seen those. But he did get a bunch of the freebooter miniatures. But oh, what the heck were the other ones? They do Blood Bowl figures too, and they're all resin casts. And they're still doing new stuff, but it's all it's definitely all resin. So it's no, it's not Knuckle Duster. It's again, it's a UK company. So Knuckle Duster, that's actually know him. We were just hanging out with them at Little Wars. Black Scorpion. Yeah, Black Scorpion miniatures. That's it. There you go, Doji. Black Scorpion. I knew it was black. I was like, no, it's not Black Sun. That's a whole different company that does large scale miniatures. So Black Scorpion does some really neat stuff too. Lots of great Wild West stuff. But yeah, his outlaw warband was supposed to be basically there was a whole bunch of female pirates that crashed their ship ran aground. They ended up being washed into the Mississippi River there, and there was the whole idea was going to be a swamp board. We ended up taking that board and turning that into the Pripyat marshes, and we used it for our bolt action stuff. That was we actually did do some battle reports before they moved away. Just trying to get some of the darker asphaltum down there, maybe a little bit on here too. I'm gonna try and back to that asphaltum over here. And I still actually have some of the Black Scorpion miniatures. Actually, he had a couple of those prepped up for his River Gals. That's what they were called. That was sort of like his outlaw gang, the River Gals. I had the Lawmen, I had the Union, I had gosh, whatever the Holy Orders. I think that's what the other one was. And then, well, then once it got sold, it wasn't Wild West Exodus anymore, and that kind of that sort of ended that. Okay, back to this one here. There we go. I also have some regular freebooter miniatures, like old freebooter miniatures from way back in the day. As in, like the early 2000s, when we were first starting to paint miniatures. Let me see if I can get a little bit of our lighter edges on this thing here. On the scabbard, I'm going to thin this down. Doing that here. Let's make these fingers have a little more light. There we go. Okay. Same with these. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff we want to do on this figure right here. Okay. Now those the freeboot image. Well, Werner Clock. Obviously, we loved the Reaper miniatures that he did, and those faces were very distinct. You could really do a lot with the eyes, right, Doji, on the freebooter / Werner Clock sculpts. Trying to catch me a little more light on the end of that. That is going to be too much. We'll work on some other areas and we'll come back to that. Try to actually just get some of the paint to come off of that brush. Now I think we're good. Yep. Sometimes you just need to actually deposit some paint somewhere else. So yeah, unlike these, right, where there's not a whole lot that you can do with the eyes. Those Werner Clock sculpts, you could really, you could actually kind of paint the color of the pupils in there, or the irises, and then do the separate pupils. That's not really something that you can do with the most figures. So yeah, Night Whisperer, those are somewhere. I think a lot of them probably right now are actually in the garage. That's where a lot of that stuff was moved. So see you later there, Doji. Great to have you here, of course. Trying to scare up more on my light there. On this too. Yeah, on that belt. Where did these... Actually, I'm going to carry that further here. Let me go back to our... Oh, it's got a little bit of the yellow in there now. That actually works out pretty well. Because that, I want that to continue a little further back this way. That makes... Yeah, okay. That is helpful. Might shift that back over to the blue again. I think that just makes maybe a little more sense that way. That I'm just decomplexified it. That's the perfect word for saying I simplified it. I decomplexified. I'm gonna try something a little darker over there. Now this over here. Do we go back to our indigo again? Let me try this. So back to our indigo again here. Dark there, also here. Ah, there we go. Okay. We just all of a sudden I looked at those edges and I went, wow, those are kind of smushy for a sword blade. I'm gonna sharpen those babies up. Oh, that's right. We were talking about. Let me see if I can use this. This might also be more interesting than just the fast matte white. This is that. It's essentially like a brilliant yellow pale. It might even be a little bit lighter than brilliant yellow pale. Okay, let me try to get that right along this edge here. And there. Did I get... No, I didn't get any of that down here. Oops, it's a little more light than I wanted down there. This is supposed to be more just reflected light on that sword there. Okay, there we go. Now, we also want to get some light on the edge of the sword. We didn't really do that yet either. Now, this edge. There, and that also serves to, I think, sharpen that up a bit. Yeah. There we are. Whoops. Okay, let's get a little bit of thinner on that brush. A little more here. Some of that, just getting rid of some of the excess paint off of that brush. Because here there's these little teensy dots we need to do. Also, the horizon line here needs to be really sort of finished off and solidified. No, I never really did get the dark stuff here on our horizon line. We'll try that. I'm going to get a little bit more reflected light down here. Okay, we start with that. Some Van Dyke brown. I think you can see what we're doing here. And remember, again, it's got to be interrupted. It can't just be one solid, unbroken line. That was something that I kind of learned the hard way years ago about that sort of thing. What is happening up here with this? We might need to still go back with some of our light there. We'll just fill that in with some dark. Also, this thing over here, that got way too light in there. You know, I'm just going to fill that baby in. and do this one, and we'll just try those guys again here, because there's just way too much light in there. I'm gonna go something a little less. Let me try something like this here. That's very much a mid-tone. A dot there. Yeah, okay, that is a whole bunch better. That was not a huge change, still an important change. I'm going to try this same stuff up here. Yes, indeed, that is definitely a little lighter. I like that. Not going to go for any sort of chipping or stuff like that on this armor. I had kind of considered doing some of that on that big old gun in a few places. On that other miniature, that's the one that is a Hero Forge. So yeah, I think I forget when he stopped doing sculpts for it. Probably when he started just going to doing just freebooter stuff. Catching a little more light on the edge of that. I think, oh, there's another one of these right over here. Okay, they got that going. Is there more of these? Yeah, there's another one of those over here, and then I'm going to try and get me some. I think there's some, yeah, there's some straps and such that are doing that. I'm going to try and get indigo and Prussian blue together here. To darken a little bit of that, we kind of have, again, lights and mid-tones, maybe. I mean, even a dark middle tone, sometimes that can be a really handy thing to have. I realize that lights and dark, that gets all of the attention, but those mid-tones, the unsung heroes of the value scale right there. That's, let's say you're going 1 to 10 on your value scale. 1 to 3 tends to be your lighter colors. 7 through 10 tends to be your darker stuff, so that or 8 through 10, and 4, 5, and 6, that tends to be your middle tones there. 4 through 7, it's not really light, it's not definitely not a shadow color. And that's kind of what I'm playing with here, is a bunch of different mid-tones. Not highlights, not shadows. The reflected light, that definitely tends to be those mid-tones. Couple little bits of reflected light over there too. This one here, I'm going to maybe try to get some of the Van Dyke Brown, some of the asphaltum too. Because I think we did a bunch of the lighter stuff on the leathers here, but I think I need to restore some darks on this. I think there's still a little bit of leeway for some bright highlights, I think, on these leather slash brown surfaces. I also wanted to darken this down a little. Oh, with the, yeah, here we go, that grayish green. This is what we did on that counterblast figure, and that seemed to work fairly well. You know what? That is green mixed with the Van Dyke brown. That is definitely starting to darken that a little. And now I feel I can come back into this with this much lighter color. Not a whole lot of thinner in there. Ah, there we go. We were talking about that blonde hair not too long ago. Here, I needed to change up the midtones. The midtones were, well, there were none. You had really dark and really light and absolutely nothing in between. That wasn't working out, and that's where we made the change. That was a real critical change to make. Don't want that there. Let me see what I can do. I'm going to get some of the darks in there. Also on the that probably also needs to be dark. I don't even know if you can see some of the stuff that I'm doing right there. Let me see if I can get the really, really light skin color on this. It's going to be tough just trying to reach down in. This is where these liner brushes are super helpful. Also, the very light grip on the brush, right? Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Right there on the upper lip. I'm going to have to get me a little more thinner on that. Talk about the danger of the pin line wash. Gotta be super careful about that. I'm going to go opposite here. We will take some of our violet here. Not really doing a straight up glaze. But I am going to try and darken a few areas here. Like that. More reflected light on the stock. The hand. The arm. The pistol. And now we have definitely got to do some stuff here. We have not a whole lot of reflected light there. We did the really light stuff. So this, again, stuff that's bouncing off of the ground here, up onto the figure. If you want to have metal surfaces, you just really have to, as best as you can, find areas of that reflected light. Blending brush on that. There we go. I want to try some something lighter with the violet here again on the hair. Whoops, the big old blob of paint on there. We're going to get that cut down. And yes, there. Okay, there we go. And I want this to go across the face, and that almost makes the face appear more in shadow, which is helpful because then that kind of says, well, okay, it's where we don't see a whole lot of stuff going on with the face. It's kind of in shadow, cast by the hair in front of it. Gets a little bit more of our light over there too. Once again, the reflected light on these metal bits here. Could be reflecting other parts of the other leg. It could be reflecting stuff on the ground. There's many, many, many different things that can be reflecting. Now that is a weird edge there. We're going to get rid of both of those. So we're actually using the same lighter violet color we were just using to highlight the hair. Now, I know it can be a little bit difficult for folks that aren't really used to approaching things this way, but we're always trying to find some fun, different color combos. Not like, oh, okay, it's brown. We will find a lighter brown. Then we will find an even lighter brown. And then another lighter brown. It's like, well, wait a minute. What if we were to use, I don't know, some kind of a greenish gray instead? And from a visual standpoint, that will be much more interesting. Surface tension, boy, and I was thinking here I got to redo my kitchen floor, right, because of the pieces of tiles that are kind of breaking and coming up. But this right here, this is and also too surface tension. They're not being terribly careful where they're walking either, right? They got guns pointed and such, and they're walking over a very rough surface. What could possibly go wrong? Especially if they're in like a close formation. So yeah, this was a Necromunda warband where I ended up just making my own bases for them. So we had these around, and I used them for this. And these are, I mean, I think that they also were using these like and kill team boxes or whatever it was that used 25 millimeter bases. I know that they've exploded the amount of different base sizes. There used to be basically two. Now there's 12,000 different base sizes. We get yeah, a little bit more of the light here. And let's throw a little bit more of this light over here. Now, a couple of these, you got these ventilation things. Oh, speaking of brushstroke management, we almost forgot to do this. On the speaking of the bases there, this is where we take some of the rust glazy things that we did. Maybe have a little bit of an edge to them, and we're just going to take some of that away here. So all it is just a little bit of tap, 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 and kind of scumbling those together. Yeah, I think some of those Imperial contractors, either that or it's an Orc contractor, I don't know. I am gonna try to get a little bit more of some lighter stuff along the edges of the. Oh, that's right, because this was that fourth one that we kind of had left, just in the pre-glaze status for a while. So this one is a little bit behind on just a couple of the areas. Well, maybe like the base here. Applying a little bit of light there. Where's that blending brush hiding? There it is. Something like that. to this lighter stuff right here. And not too much on that. That's pretty much in shadow. We have this big old thing sitting right on top of it. That should be casting a bit of a shadow down there. Find a little bit more light along that edge there. What's going on with this glove? I think I need to get me some lights on that, and then over here. Let me see if I can't lighten up this top edge on the boom there. Maybe a little bit lighter on the shoulder here if we can. Might throw a little more light on the skin here too. Right there on the cheek, same over on this side. And then some down there. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what we want to do with that edge. I might have to, well, speaking of when in doubt, make things darker, we might just have to do something like that. Because that part of it printed a little bit wonky there. Ah, boy, surface tension. Actually, speaking of Deathcore of Krieg, I actually have some old Deathcore of Krieg, the cavalry figs that someone gave me. They're somewhere. Don't know where they are right now, but they're around somewhere. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of figures that are just gonna have to be considered kind of missing in action for a while until more of the home rebuilding stuff gets done. Actually, hopefully that's been going good there for you, surface tension. That's been mostly on pause here still, unfortunately. I've tried to get in a little bit here and there. Alright, now I've got to put a little something lighter back in there. Let me just try this stuff. This might be a good, well, mid-tone right here. There. Some of it over here. Now, I've been trying to figure out if Hero Zone has streamed at all in the last week or so, because I could swear I haven't really seen Hero Zone show up on when I start doing some rating searches. Last night there was really nobody. There was nobody we knew that well, they were streaming, but they were playing video games or doing something else. So see you later there, Doji. Yeah, so it's 2 a.m. here. Definitely time to give that dog a little bit of a walk there. Yeah, let me try to get a little bit of that there, and now something here too. On this. That might even well here. Let's mix it a little bit less of the brighter red. I'm looking over at this here. Do we want to? I might just try to get some. First, I'm gonna go dark. When in doubt, make things darker. Let's just do this first here. That might just work. That might do the trick. Now I then go back to this light here. Yeah, it seems like it's been a while. I mean, obviously people doing other things or whatever. Yep, let's get that light down here. Did we do these on that? We did that one up on the bottom, not on the top yet. Okay, so I think now we got that stuff on the top of the barrel, a little bit more set. Hmm. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of paint. I'm gonna get me some of that off of there. Get that little edge going. So doing the best I can on, again, that's a Hero Forge miniature there. Might even do a little bit more on my light right along this. Yeah, right up there too. And now let me some dark in the middle of that. So much, yeah, so much easier to do that sharp edge with the dark. Kind of you put the lighter stuff out there, and then essentially you're kind of cleaning it up with the dark color. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and get the sharper edge on that sword there. And what about this? We need to separate that piece, and then this. Some of the indigo there. You know what? I think maybe we'll just darken some of that because it's just there's too much stuff going on in too small of an area. So we once again we just kind of simplified things there. Also, these shoes here, we need a couple little lighter edges here. So yeah, Bithran, I hope that you're able to get those knocked out. I know that there's these crazy hours here not really helping. Hopefully it has been nice to be able to kind of get back to them after a little while. And then who knows, maybe you find yourself back to doing some of your Western stuff, like your Western buildings. And I think, what was it, maybe you might get a chance to get in a game here soon, so hopefully you can get a chance to do that. That's yeah, better not go too crazy with the reflected light there. I'm gonna try and get a little bit more here on that cloth. Yep, over here too. A little more of a light there. So we're using the asphaltum and then a little bit of that lighter, that not quite brilliant yellow pale. Whoops. Yeah, we're gonna take away some of that right over there. That was a little too much. Yeah, sorry that you haven't been able to do that there, Vithron. Yeah, we need to get some kind of reflector or something down here. There's not much happening there. Blending brush to pull that along. So just like there, just to throw in a little bit of light, take that blending brush and push that around. So there, that's way too wide. You can see we just, look at that, spread that out. It ended up as just the right shape there. I might throw a little more light down here on the end of this scabbard there. It's like coming down this way would catch some of that. And we get some of this going now. What is that little thing in there? Not quite sure what that is, but I do know I gotta get my indigo here. Let's separate this. Nah, that's gotta be more of the indigo. A little too much of our lighter color was getting into that. And these little buckles here, they have almost like a little circle inside of them. That's going to get a little bit of our dark. We will take their blending brush and just push this along. So see how that edge just got a whole lot sharper. This is another one here. Again, that edge is all fuzzy and smushy. We will sharpen that up. There you go. Just one brush stroke. Take the blending brush and same thing. That just got a whole lot sharper there. So being an infinity miniature, all of these are these separate armor plates here. This is also way too much activity on one piece. Take that away too. It's another situation where see that edge starts to harden up a little bit. So we were talking about our Wampoville stuff a little bit ago. Years ago, talking about 2012-ish or so, well, you'll be able to see with all the MDF style terrain just how long ago this was. Still scrolling, and of course, Streamlabs is being a bit of a dog. There we go. So all of these MDF terrain buildings, there's tons of articles on the blog that shows you how all this was done. You got the jail, the church, the train station, the cantina. We have La Flamante Rose. There's that pink building there, the House of Horizontal Refreshment. We made that water tower. That's not the original Wampoville train station. That's the stuff that my dad made back in the 50s, and we kind of replicated that here. You got the Final Slumber Funeral Home. See all those shingles there? That's basically just cereal boxes. We texturized the roofs. There's wallpaper on the inside that I printed out on basically that kind of self-stick paper. You can see the tea lights. Yeah, see them inside those buildings. That's kind of what gave me the original idea for doing this. Now you can see some of the painted miniatures, and this is also where we began the bark and branch method. Those figures, I just ran across them the other day in the garage. That stuff is fine. Nothing happens to the bark or the branches. It would be really nice to have painted this in the oils though, because look at all this. Look at all those colors. It would have been so much easier doing all those wild skin tones and everything with the oil paints. Basically, it would have taken far less than half the time, probably more like 70% reduction in the amount of time it would have taken to do those. At least, maybe even more. I know that's kind of hard to believe, but really, these four miniatures here, not long ago, they would have taken, well, days and days to paint, to do all four of them. It's just amazing how things have developed and changed over, not a lot of time. And the pace of development certainly keeps increasing. Of course, it's very helpful that a lot of folks are using the oil paints too, so we sort of trade info back and forth and discoveries. And yeah, no, I have no idea where some of the other miniatures are there, like the Confederate miniatures, the Conquistadors. I have those too. Even the aliens, but I don't know where those are at. Eventually, I'll run across those. Let me try and get a little bit more. There we go. We need a little bit more of our light down in here too. Again, not a highlight light. That's that mid-tone we're talking about. Speaking of reflected light, let me get a little bit more of this over here. I should maybe even try to get some of the brown in there, but let me just try and go with this. Okay, fine. Well, actually, I'm taking that bluish gray, mixing it in with my asphaltum, that lighter brown. Again, that's to reflect what's right next to the metal. If you're not reflecting that color that's right next to the metal onto it, it really is not going to read as metal. So yeah, they could be out in the garage now because again, so many things have been moved so many times. And actually, I was talking with you got me monologuing. He's trying to do all this stuff on his house, and once again, stuff keeps getting moved over and over and over again. And of course, well, I'm sure that there's probably 3D printable stuff now that would be just as good, if not better. It is kind of interesting that that was at the very early days of the digital sculpting. You can kind of tell when you look at those compared to what's out there these days. Nah, I still gotta get that blue out of there. I think maybe we finally got it out of there. Trying to do a ultra light skin tone here. I don't know. I think we might have gone as light as we can go. No, I can find a little bit more on the chin there. Also over here. Get me some of that. Oof, nope, that is way too dry of a brush. That might just take us where we need to go there. Yeah. Take a little bit of that away. Gonna kind of go see if I can go halfway on this. Ah, there we are. Ah, okay, that's what I needed to do there. Was get some of that, like pull it further down. It's a way too sharp of an edge on that, and let me see if we can do this. It's going to be very, very challenging, but I need to do this little thing over the top of the eye there, and then over there somehow. But we'll need to redo that eye then. I thought so. Okay, so now it is at least looking in the right. Okay, I think now we've got the eyes looking the same way. Now we also have to take out this big thing of really dark stuff here. Hopefully that's a decent enough scan. Okay, now I'm going to have to come back with something super light for that nose, which there's really not much sculpted there. I'm just going to have to kind of paint in the nose. There we go. So I actually kind of even built up a lot of paint so that that would help a little. And then this stuff over here. On the helmet, yeah, we got some stuff we want to do on the helmet, I think. I was wanting to do some kind of a, like a stripe thing there. Let that sort of fade a little bit here. And also I want it to be like some of the paint is chipped away. Back into this. So there again, that's that a little bit of a like a stripe there or something, and then have it sort of be chipped away. I can see other areas here where maybe there's some paint chipped away on that. I don't think it's a leather helmet. What doesn't really make sense being sci-fi and having a leather helmet, so that's what we're going to roll with. I guess I'm coming back in with a little bit more of the light there. So yes, indeed, we made it through. We had 3 streams, 4 miniatures in each stream. I mean, lately that's kind of what we've been doing if we're doing miniatures, especially of an army painting nature like this. Been hitting between 4 to 5 miniatures per stream. Like I said, I think I got 6 of the whatchamacallit to get knocked off. Now those are the prepped R&R miniatures. I have other ones that aren't prepped yet. None of the first 2 R&R armies are anywhere close to finished. We have a long ways to go. I mean, if we want to just fudge it, we just use all of the Arthidane and Cardolan miniatures together. It would be kind of like our Candish army, where we have 3 different color schemes all in one army. Because right now there's probably only about 300-ish points, maybe, in those armies, if that much. So yeah, for the helmet here, we just wanted that to be some kind of harder material. I think they have the werewolves wearing kilts? Is that, I think that was one of the very first things that I ever ended up painting in Infinity. Was something, again, I think they were werewolves in kilts or tartans or whatever. And I think that was the area. Fine, I'll just throw a little bit more light up there on that, and then here again on the edge of the armor here. Ooh, yeah, this needs to be a little blending brush on that. Also here. Uh, looking at the... Nah, let me go back to this to get some reflected light on that stock over here. Oh, there too. Yep. A touch more again. Just gonna pop that on there. We take our blending brush to it here, and something like that. This is another area. I think a little more of our light. That's got that sort of bluish tint to it. What's going on with that one? Maybe we'll have this. Oh yeah, here's another thing that needs to definitely be turned into more of like a cylinder here. So we're gonna get, there we are. That is what we were missing there. Also here, when in doubt, make things darker. I mean, some of that was just the original dry brush stuff that we did. Now I'm going to do this, and then I would like to come back with some of the lightest light here on this. No, first let's go dark. Let's do the dark stuff first. Also on there, also on here. And this too. That's back to the indigo here. Now I'm going to try some of this back to the mid-toner again, maybe even get a little bit of the violet in there. Now that, there we go, that makes, I was just wondering, why is that not really doing much of anything? We did need to come back with some of the light there. Now, I will try this. This is about as light as I can really go. I'm not going to bother getting more fast matte white out here. I'm just going to try to use this right on the knee here. Oh, go, yeah, good. We did get we were able to get enough dark so that actually shows up and does something. Excellent. That doesn't go there. Oh yeah, on the well, whatever these the boots are here, there's some armor on that. The helmet here. Let me try and get something on that buckle right there. Okay, there we go. Boy, I would like. Boy, I think I've used that. Let me try this as a blending brush here. It's a little softer. Yeah, I don't. I might try to go a little bit lighter on the cheek there, but I don't know how much later I want to do that. We'll mix this again with some of our lighter skin tone. Let me see here. Right up there. I think I can't do any more there. And the same over there. I think that's going to have to be it. Now I need to come back and... No, with the Van Dyke Brown here. And restore, yeah, I needed to restore the eyebrow on that side. That just kind of got disappeared there. But now I do think now I am going to head on over to Zelica here, because It's about 2:30. We've been doing this about 4.5 hours, and we need to check on some prints and other things. Let's do a quick review of what we got going on here. So there's our 4 miniatures. All right, not one, not two, not three, but four. So thank you so much, Stretch Pretzel. Thanks, Bitra. Appreciate all the clips there. Thanks also, of course, too, for all the bits, the subs, and the follows, and the cheer. Oh, thanks, Grant. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle, you're still here. And thank you so much, AD. Appreciate you being here as always. So thanks again, everybody. Yeah, we had this one was really wild, being able to do all of the shiny metals and such. Well, actually, he's taking a short break right now, so we'll kind of continue with a few things because he's in a commercial break right now. So yeah, we got to check on a whole bunch of stuff there. We got prints going on. I got to set up the next video, so I got miniatures that need to be finished off with their prepping so that we can use those for a video tomorrow. Thanks, Night Whisper. Oh, geez, you're still here too. So, Night Whisper, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate again all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Those certainly make a massive difference. So yeah, I'm just trying to give him a chance to get back and do his thing here. And of course, everybody please give AD Creations a follow too. Now, Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your stuff one more time, since we'll be here for a little bit here, since again he's in a break right now. Ooh, let me get a little bit of the. Oops. Okay, we got the dark there. Now we got to come back with the light and push this back right in here. More of that sort of fur stuff going on here with the. Ooh, a little bit more of our light down there. You know what? Let me go back to this and the asphalt. That was something I was wondering about. Oh yeah, we can make that a bit lighter. So everybody, please check out that Discord link that Night Whisper just shared. So Night Whisper, I'm really glad that the oils have been going so well for you. Ooh, you know what? Here, let me try this again. Oh, now he is back. So I'm just gonna drop in this little bit of dark over here. Oh yeah, we really needed that. And then we will surprise Zelica with a wee bit of a raid here. So let's get that countdown underway here finally. There it is. Here we go. So again, the raid countdown underway. Appreciate everybody being here. Obviously, Armada Mondays will continue with the Regia Marina. So everybody join me then. That will be our Monday stream. And see you then.